Chapter 268. Zhu Ming crawled up from the ground in a daze. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at the array anxiously. Mother Feng. The figure in the array had disappeared. Even the grievous energy had disappeared into the array. This. He stood in the array, panicking. What happened? Why did Mother Feng suddenly disappear? Where did she go? I Ching frowned and stepped forward to check the array on the ground. This array is not broken. I don't think she broke out of it. Then where did she go? Zhu Ming was getting more anxious. He conjured a few seals to search for her aura. After a while, he put his hands down in disappointment. I can't find her aura. Also, there are no signs of other arrays being activated. Could it be that she broke through the void? Bai Zhe asked. No. I Ching shook his head. There were no signs of any sorcery just now. Everyone's expressions were solemn. The array was not broken and there were no signs of other arrays. How did she disappear? Zhu Ming's expression was one of despair. It was as if all his energy had been sucked out of him. He fell to the ground. Where did she go? Souls can attract each other, right? Shining suddenly asked. Everyone paused and then reacted. Soul summoning technique. Mother Feng lost her primary soul. Zhu Ming said anxiously. You're saying that someone used her primary soul to summon the other souls away. But. He changed his mind and his face darkened. I clearly trapped her with an array just now. What kind of soul summoning array in this world can use just one main soul to summon all the other souls? There is. Shining nodded. Haven't you guys seen it before? Zhu Ming paused. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed in unison, that mystic realm array. Back then, that array was able to pull Shorty from the immortal realm all the way to the divine realm with just a sliver of her remnant soul. She's in her own residence. Zhu Ming regained his senses and turned to fly to the right. Lone Moon and the others exchanged a look and flew up on their swords. Moss. I Ching turned to pull Shining onto the sword out of habit. Halfway through, he seemed to have thought of something. His body stiffened, and the look in his eyes became even more complicated. Shining, however, did not seem to notice at all. She stood behind Chef and said, "Let's go." Yes, Moss. He did not know why he did not want to say the last word. He looked at Shining, confused. Seeing that she did not notice, he chased after her. Bai Zhe, on the other hand, glanced at the two of them and frowned. His face was filled with grievance. Zhu Ming seemed to be very anxious. He flew very quickly. Lone Moon frowned and glanced at Zhu Ming, who seemed to be in a state of panic. Zhu Ming had completely lost his composure. In a low voice, Lone Moon said, "Fellow Daoist Zhu, don't you think you should explain to us your relationship with Mother Feng?" Previously, he had mentioned that Mother Feng was his junior sister, and it didn't seem like they were close. But now, it didn't seem like that was the case. Zhu Ming's face paled. He looked at Lone Moon guiltily. A moment later, he closed his eyes and sighed. It's not that I'm hiding this from you on purpose. It's just that Mother Feng is too stubborn. I'm afraid that something bad will happen to her again. That's why I purposely did not mention the past. She is indeed not my junior sister. She is my senior sister. Zhu Ming's expression became even more complicated. When she was alive, we were from the same sect. We grew up together. Later, she ascended to immortality before I did. By the time I ascended, she had already been killed by evil people. I became a ghost immortal because of her. But ghost immortals cultivate at the expense of their souls. The higher their cultivation level, the weaker their souls. Although Mother Feng managed to get her revenge after she became a ghost immortal, the hatred in her heart only deepened. Her cultivation became more and more extreme. I was worried that if this went on, her soul would dissipate one day. I wanted to persuade her to forget the past and reincarnate with me, but she refused. Zhu Ming clenched his fists by his side. His expression became even more sorrowful. After that, she lost her primary soul in an accident and forgot everything. I hoped that I could coax her to reincarnate first and then slowly find her primary soul. That was better than having her soul destroyed. But I did not expect her hatred to be so strong. Even without her primary soul, she still remembers what happened in the past. Fellow Taoist Lone Moon. Zhu Ming said seriously, I'm really sorry. I was afraid that if I brought up the past in front of Mother Feng, I might agitate her. That's why I did not tell her about what happened between us. Her soul is extremely weak now. It could dissipate at any time. If we don't send her to reincarnation soon, I'm afraid she won't have the chance to reincarnate again. Lone Moon looked at him, unsure of what he meant. He did not continue asking. Zhu Ming flew even faster. Mother Feng's residence was not far. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived. At that moment, there was a red light in front of them. Large numbers of wandering souls were fleeing in panic. Several arrays lit up where the palace used to be. They could vaguely make out the entrance to the mystic realm. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming exclaimed. He rushed toward the entrance of the mystic realm. Zhu! Lone Moon wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only turn around and give the others a look, reminding them to set up a defensive array. Then, he followed Zhu Ming in. In an instant, a red light filled their vision. It was still the small mystic realm that was full of arrays. But now, there was yin qi everywhere. The array that Shining had destroyed had been repaired, and many changes had been made to it. Mother Feng was trapped in the middle of the array. She looked like she was in agony. Her body became fainter and fainter, as if she was about to disappear. A man was floating above the array. His entire body was wrapped in black yin qi. His face could not be seen clearly. All they could make out was the man's figure. Sect Master, it's the ghost immortal who was chasing me. Xian Tong exclaimed. Everyone's expressions darkened. This man had finally appeared. The array below can devour souls. Everyone, be careful not to get too close. Lone Moon shouted a warning, but it was too late. Zhu Ming, who had entered first, had already rushed down without a care in the world. Mother Feng. Before he could land, several blinding beams of red light shot up and hit him. Zhu Ming's body swayed, and a double image appeared on his body. It looked like his soul was being split apart. Chef! Lone Moon immediately turned to warn I Ching. The next moment, I Ching conjured a ray of god power, which wrapped around Zhu Ming and pulled him back. Bai Zhe stepped forward and conjured a spell to stabilize Zhu Ming's disintegrating soul. Zhu Ming did not care about his own injuries. He turned to look at the person controlling the array above Mother Feng. Stop! Who are you? What did you do to Mother Feng? The black figure did not reply. Instead, he activated the array even more. The red light around them grew brighter, carrying with it a frightening aura. Even the people outside the array felt their divine souls waver. They retreated several feet. Everyone's heart jumped. What kind of array was this? Even divine beings could not get close to it. Lone Moon's heart clenched. He thought about how the remnant souls of Chef and the others could be in this person's hands. He turned to the person beside him. Shining, you, he was just about to ask her to attack when Shining seemed to realize something. She turned to Bai Zhe and asked, Furball, what's the use of the soul-suppressing pearl? Baizé paused, then answered, "Of course it's to stabilize divine souls, is it that?" She suddenly pointed below. Everyone lowered their heads to take a look. Sure enough, a pearl was faintly discernible around the black shadow's body. They did not notice it earlier because the yin qi was too thick. Now that they looked closer, they saw that the pearl was emitting faint god power. It was the soul-suppressing pearl. Someone who could use god power to stabilize souls was definitely not a ghost immortal. Could this person be Qianyu? For the few of them shouted in unison. Chapter 269. The black figure paused, and even the red light around it seemed to slow down. In the next moment, the black qi around the figure disappeared, slowly turning into light blue god power. A face that looked exactly like Father Nyo's appeared. "I thought that you would only realize it after a while," Qianyu said coldly. Qianyu said coldly. She raised her head and looked over, as if she did not want to hide anything anymore. "That's fine too. Let's all become sacrifices for this array." With that, he suddenly waved his hand at everyone. Immediately, the exit of the mystic realm behind them closed, and an array that looked exactly like the one below appeared in the sky. Before they could react, they felt their bodies become heavy. Their internal auras became unstable, and they could not even fly on their swords. They fell from the sky. The red light of the array became even brighter, turning the surroundings blood red. Everyone felt their primordial spirits become unstable, as if they were about to break out of their bodies. Baizé forced himself to set up an array and pulled everyone inside. Only then did the feeling of their souls being cut up stop. You've been hiding your cultivation all this time." Baizé looked at Qianyu in shock as he supported the array. He had fought with Qianyu more than 100 times. He knew his cultivation best. Qianyu still looked serious and upright. "It's not that I've been hiding my cultivation, it's just that I'm not the same as before. It's all thanks to your remnant soul." "So it was you who took away everyone's remnant soul?" Xian Tong exclaimed. Qian Yu's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and said, "It's said that the Baizé family is the only divine race that has existed since the beginning of the world. They were born in the chaos and were the divine beasts that the three gods of creation used to chase away ghosts. Souls are different from other people's. If I want to activate this array, I need your remnant soul. You need my remnant soul to increase your cultivation. Only when I'm strong enough can I do what I want. But now, it's not enough." He frowned, as if he had made up his mind about something. Suddenly, he waved his hand in the direction of the crowd. Lone Moon felt a strong suction force, and his body flew out uncontrollably. The next moment, he was in Qianyu's hand. "Father Nyo." Lone Moon. Everyone was shocked, but Qianyu had already struck Lone Moon's chest with her palm. She used all of her strength in an attempt to pull Lone Moon's soul out of his body. With a flash of red light, he suddenly withdrew his hand. However, nothing happened. Not even half a shadow of Lone Moon's body floated out, not to mention his soul. The two of them maintained the posture of one grabbing and the other being grabbed, staring at each other. Lone Moon, Qianyu, everyone, the scene was a little awkward. How is this possible? Qianyu's face was filled with disbelief. The red light reappeared in her hand, and she tried again. Other than messing up the other party's clothes a little, there was no other reaction. Even Lone Moon looked at his chest in confusion. It seems like your soul system is incompatible with ours." Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in his ears. Qianyu was shocked. He turned his head abruptly, only to realize that a woman had appeared beside him out of nowhere. She looked somewhat familiar, and she was looking at him with narrowed eyes. It was clearly a very casual glance, but he felt as if a huge pressure was pressing down on him. "Who are you?" His heart sank. He did not have time to think about when she came over. The other party suddenly smiled, pointed at the person in his hand and said, "This is my father Nyo." With that said, she turned her hand and grabbed him by the collar. The next moment, he felt the world spin around him, and everything went black. With a loud bang, Qian Yu's entire body was thrown into the air, and then he landed heavily on the ground. Then, one sound after another could be heard. The array on the ground began to crack. In a short while, the array of the entire mystic realm had completely collapsed, and the red light was extinguished. Lone Moon stood up with a lingering fear in his heart. He glared at the person next to him who was playing whack-a-mole, and the fire in his heart began to burn. Damn it, next time you want to save someone, can you be faster? My soul was almost sucked out. It can't be. Shening stopped. So many people had lost a remnant soul, except for Father Nyo and herself. This proved that Qian Yu could not suck out their souls at all. Lone Moon paused. You mean, you knew from the start that he could not suck out my soul, but you did not tell me? Was it that obvious? Don't mind such small details. Small details my ass. Mother *Ker. Supreme Divinity by Zai. Xian Tong suddenly exclaimed. Sect Master. The two of them turned to look, only to see Bai Zai suddenly wobble, as if he could not stand properly. He squatted down, his face drained of all color. Furball. What's going on? Lone Moon hurried back and checked his meridians. His eyes widened. Why is his primordial spirit injured? He was fine just now. Mother Feng. Zhu Ming exclaimed as well. Although the array had been destroyed, Mother Feng's soul did not stop dissipating. Instead, it became even more transparent, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Zhu Ming panicked. Ha 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 ha. Qian Yu, whose god power had been destroyed by Shening, suddenly laughed maniacally. Their remnant souls are under my control. If I die, they won't survive either. Everyone's expressions darkened. Bai Zai, on the other hand, turned to look at Shening, who was still stepping on Qian Yu. His eyes brightened, and he suppressed the agitation of his primordial spirit. I'm fine. Shen, are you worried about me? I actually can. Actually, you can shut up. Before he could finish, I Ching squeezed in between them, his expression dark. He interrupted, my master does not have god power. If you don't want to die, hurry up and recover. It's just a remnant soul. I'm fine. Shen, I'm the only divine being here. No one else can help you. I don't need your help. Supreme Divinity, don't stand on ceremony. Bai Zai, annoying. I Ching, little b asterisk tch. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The air crackled with electricity. Lone Moon, Shening, Xian Tong, they could still quarrel. Looks like he's really fine. Mother Feng. Mother Feng was in a terrible state. Bai Zai was just a remnant soul, while Mother Feng was the primary soul. Shening looked back and forth between the two of them. She did not want to continue fighting. Qian Yu, Mother Feng has no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Zhu Ming asked angrily. Qian Yu snorted. Ghost immortals should not exist in this world. I'm doing this for the entire divine realm. You. Zhu Ming was livid. He clearly did not believe Shen Ying's explanation. He summoned his weapon and was about to snatch the primary soul back. Mother Feng, who was in a frenzy in his arms, suddenly rushed out. Her almost transparent body was suddenly filled with grievous energy. The blackness was so thick that it looked like ink was about to drip out of it. Tears of blood flowed out of her eyes as she rushed towards Qian Yu. Bian Xinchen, return my life. Chapter 270. Mother Feng was extremely fast. Her grievous energy seemed to be able to devour everything. Shining subconsciously took a few steps back. Qian Yu was sent flying by her. The grievous energy around him seemed to be able to corrode everything. His Dharma robes melted and even his flesh started to corrode. His bones could be seen. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his body and Mother Feng was sent flying. The image of a golden lotus appeared around him, enveloping him completely. The grievous energy around him dissipated as well. He took a deep breath and looked at Mother Feng in horror. You are. Zhu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qian Yu in disbelief. Qian Yu snorted. His face, which looked exactly like Father Niu's, began to change. His disguise slowly faded. In a few moments, he had become a completely different person. It really is you. Zhu Ming's eyes widened. He was shocked. You? How is this possible? Mother Feng, who had been sent flying, continued to charge forward. Bian Xinchen, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. She had completely lost her mind. Every time she was sent flying by the golden light, she would charge forward again and again. Every time she charged forward, her soul body would grow fainter and the grievous energy around her would grow thicker. She was about to be swallowed up by the grievous energy. Zhu Ming once again used his sorcery to stop her from killing herself. He looked up angrily at the person in front of him. Bian Xinchen. You're still alive. No wonder Mother Feng refused to reincarnate all these years. Her enemy was not dead at all. And he had become Supreme Divinity Qian Yu. Of course I won't die before I complete my great Tao. He looked at Shining fearfully and took another step back. Mother Feng is the biggest obstacle in my great Tao. Obstacle. Zhu Ming clenched his fists, his expression furious. Bian Xinchen, do you still have a heart? She is your wife. She treated you wholeheartedly. She has never let you down. But what did you do to her? In order to complete your great Tao, you destroyed her cultivation, took out her immortal bones and made her die of grievous hatred. You've already caused her so much harm. What more do you want? Bian Xinchen did not look the least bit guilty. He remained calm. To complete my great Tao, I have to make sacrifices. You, Zhu Ming. Bian Xinchen's expression darkened. He scoffed and said, don't you forget that you were the one who told me that only the heartless Tao could help me become a god. Zhu Ming's body shook and his face turned pale. Many emotions flashed across his eyes. I did not think that you would really do that. I just for Mother Feng. Bian Xinchen interrupted him, his eyes full of sarcasm. You've liked her since you were young. When you gave me the Heartless Tao technique, I already knew your motive. It was to make Mother Feng give up on me. Now that both of you are ghost immortals, it can be said that I have fulfilled your wish of so many years. Shut up! Zhu Ming roared. His expression was one of regret and anger. He pointed the sword in his hand at the person in front of him. I did have selfish motives back then, but I never thought that you would really. He could not continue. His entire body trembled as he gritted his teeth and said, kill your wife to prove your Tao. As soon as he said this, everyone present took a deep breath. Shit! Another scumbag. So he was the one who killed Mother Feng in her previous life. They were husband and wife. It was no wonder that Mother Feng was so angry even after losing her primary soul. Bian Xinchen's expression did not change in the slightest. Humph. Cutting off all emotions is the key to achieving the Tao. Only by killing my wife can I become a god. I have never regretted killing her. Bian. Xin. Chen. Zhu Ming was getting angrier. Don't forget, you had a part in Mother Fang's death. Zhu Ming's body stiffened. His face turned even paler, but he continued to glare at the person in front of him. I did let Mother Feng down. That's why I became a ghost immortal. I wanted to take revenge on you. With that said, he summoned his weapon and charged at Bian Xinchen. Return Mother Feng's primary soul. Bian Xinchen did not seem to care about him at all. He did not even try to dodge. Before Zhu Ming could get close to Bian Xinchen, he was repelled by the golden lotus around him. His soul was also on the verge of collapsing. Lone Moon glanced at Zhu Ming, who was lying on the ground. He did not like the two of them at all. Although he knew that Zhu Ming was hiding something, he did not expect it to be something like this. In his previous life, Zhu Ming tempted others to cultivate the heartless Tao in order to get the woman he loved. In the end, Bian Xinchen killed his wife to prove his Tao. Each was worse than the last. Poor Mother Feng. She was killed by her husband when she was alive. After she became a ghost immortal, she lost her primary soul. Bian Xinchen's success in becoming a supreme divinity probably had something to do with Mother Feng's primary soul. Lone Moon just did not understand why Bian Xinchen would disguise himself as him. Was it a coincidence? Lone Moon looked at the person in the sky. No matter what, he had to get Bai Zai's remnant souls back first. Shining. Shining nodded. In a flash, she appeared behind Bian Xinchen. She reached out to grab him. Bian Xinchen was shocked. This time, he reacted quickly. He retreated more than 10 meters. His eyes darkened. Suddenly, he gathered his last bit of god power and turned to strike. Shining had no intention of dodging. The god power brushed past her waist and flew towards the direction behind her, where Mother Feng was. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming exclaimed. He rushed over, but he was too late. The god power hit Mother Feng directly, and the array trapping her instantly dimmed. Before anyone could react, Mother Feng rushed out once again. Her body was brimming with resentment as she rushed towards Bian Xinchen. Using all her strength, she shouted, Bian! Exin! Chen! Mother Feng, don't! Zhu Ming cried out. But it was too late. Mother Feng was already engulfed by the grievous energy. Her thin, cicada-like soul body collapsed with a ding. It turned into spots of light and disappeared into the black grievous energy. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming fell to the ground as if he had lost consciousness. His face was filled with despair. The next moment, Bian Xinchen's god power surged. His cultivation level increased exponentially. His entire body was enveloped in blue god power. Even the god power that Shining had destroyed earlier started to gather again. His face was filled with excitement. Indeed, she's the only obstacle in my way of achieving the great Tao. Only when she disappears can I cultivate the heartless Tao and become the only true God in the divine realm. Ha 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 ha, his expression became more and more excited, and the divine power around him became thicker and thicker. The pressure that filled the sky came crashing down on everyone, and everyone felt their blood boiling. Short Yi, who had the lowest cultivation level, fell to one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 271. Short Yi. Lone Moon wanted to help him up, but he felt his chest tighten as well. His meridians felt like they were about to break. Bian Xinchen, you caused Mother Feng's soul to dissipate. I want you to pay with your life. Zhu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly rushed towards Bian Xinchen and hugged him. He activated all the yin qi in his body and wrapped it around Bian Xinchen. He's going to self-destruct. Wait! Lone Moon was shocked. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the entire mystic realm shook. A huge impact came. If I Ching had not set up a defensive array in time, the few of them would have been sucked in. The scene was already a cloud of dust. Humph, fool. However, even the self-destruction did not harm Bian Shichen in the slightest. He only gently brushed off the dust on his body and coldly glanced at the others on the ground, as if he was looking at a group of ants. I have already become a true god. There is no one in the three realms who can stop me. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out beside their ears. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Bian Xinchen, who was wrapped in god power and floating in mid-air, was kicked down by Shining. He hit the ground with a loud bang. The suppressive force on everyone disappeared. That's impossible. Bian Xinchen crawled to his feet. His eyes widened as he looked at the person above him in disbelief. That's impossible. I'm already a true god. Unless you're one of the three ancient gods of creation, how can you get close to me? Who are you? Ancient gods of creation. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She thought for a moment before replying, why don't I try beating them up next time? Then we'll see what's the difference. Bian Xinchen's eyes widened. He tried to activate all his cultivation to fight back, but he realized that his god power could not be activated at all. In fact, it looked like it was about to collapse. What's going on? What did you do? Shining, who was about to kick him, paused. She didn't do anything. My god power. Bian Xinchen's expression became even more panicked. The god power around him started to dissipate like a hole in his body. His cultivation, which had just been rising, started to drop. No matter how he tried to stop it, it did not work. That's impossible. I've already cultivated the heartless Tao. Mother Feng's soul was destroyed. How did this happen? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. His face filled with hatred. It's Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming. He lied to me. This heartless Tao can't cultivate to become a true god. There's nothing wrong with the heartless Tao. The one with the problem is you. Bian Xinchen paused. What do you mean? Who gave you the idea that killing your wife can prove your Tao? Cutting off affection and love is the way to be heartless. I did not do anything wrong. Shining could not help but kick him. Your brain is on your head. Being heartless is also your way of thinking. Is there something wrong with your understanding, or is there something wrong with your IQ? Do you think that killing the person you like will break your love? You're the one who's moved, and you're also the one who's in love. If you want to be heartless, why don't you castrate yourself first? It's none of your wife's business. In the end, it's just an excuse that you can't bear to do it to yourself. No, killing his wife to prove his Tao. Are you a professional hater of the main street? Forget it, the great Tao has never lacked girls, it doesn't need your wife's life. I'm not wrong. The next time you cultivate, read more books. She suggested seriously. Otherwise, you'll become a scum who won't even let his wife go. Shut up. Bian Xinchen retorted loudly, but his face was getting paler and paler. There was no way he could stop his god power from flowing out of his body. His cultivation level was dropping too, to the point where it could not even compare to a small god's. My cultivation level, no, chef, come here. Shining could not be bothered with him. She gestured to the people over there, pointing at the man who was desperately trying to hold on to something on the ground. Summon a soul. I don't know how. Summon a soul. I Ching paused, but still conjured a spell and sent it over. Bian Xinchen could not resist I Ching's spell at all. Instantly, a virtual image of a woman floated out of his body, floating in front of everyone. Mother Feng. The few of them exclaimed. This was Mother Fang's primary soul. They did not expect her to be in his body. Perhaps because the rest of her soul had already dissipated, Mother Fang's primary soul had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her eyes were closed, and she looked very peaceful. She did not look like she was before, her face full of blood and tears. Lone Moon quickly conjured a spell and kept Mother Fang's primary soul. Although there was only a sliver of her primary soul left, as long as she was placed in the river of forgetfulness, the power of samsara would be able to repair her soul one day. As for Bien Xinchen, the moment Mother Fang's primary soul left his body, his cultivation level dropped even further. All the blue god power in his body disappeared. In an instant, his cultivation level was even lower than Xian Tong's. Everyone frowned. Suddenly, they understood why he wanted Mother Fang's primary soul. Just as Shining had said, he killed his wife to prove his Tao. He did not cultivate the heartless Tao. Perhaps he even helped Mother Feng. The moment Mother Feng died, she no longer had any feelings for him. That was why she could cultivate to become a ghost immortal in the underworld. Perhaps Bien Xinchen's cultivation level increased greatly the moment he killed Mother Feng. But as time passed, he must have discovered something wrong. That was why he tried his best to seal Mother Fang's primary soul in his body. His cultivation level came from Mother Feng. That's strange. Where are the remnant souls of the others? Lone Moon asked anxiously. He conjured a few soul-summoning spells, but there was no sign of the other remnant souls. There was only Mother Fang's primary soul in Bien Xinchen's body. Ha 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 ha. Bien Xinchen suddenly laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at them. Do you think I set up this mystic realm just to kill Mother Feng? What do you mean? Lone Moon's heart sank. So what if you got Mother Fang's primary soul? Soon, all of you will be like her, never to be reincarnated. He laughed even more maniacally. If I can't become a true god, all of you will die with me. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. Bien Xinchen conjured a spell. The next moment, his body and his soul began to crack like glass. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is a sacrifice. Bai Zhe exclaimed. Before anyone could react, the ground suddenly shook, and the entire mystic realm began to collapse. Faint rumbling sounds, each louder than the last, could be heard, and bursts of red light shone from above. What's wrong? It's outside. Lone Moon looked up and shouted, this mystic realm is going to collapse. Let's get out. The few of them mounted their swords and rushed out. The moment they exited the mystic realm, they found themselves in a sky full of red light. The red light from the array was everywhere. It was like pillars of light, shooting up into the dark sky. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. Chapter 272. Bien Xinchen used his soul as a sacrifice just now. He must have activated some array. Bai Zhe shouted, gesturing for everyone to rush out of the red light. The group did not hesitate. They flew away from the red light on their swords. Looking back, they saw that the red light was spreading endlessly in all directions. It was like a spider's web covering the entire ground. Streaks of red light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire divine underworld red. The shaking of the ground became more and more obvious. Shrill cries of ghosts could be heard all around them. The sound was so sharp that it almost pierced through their eardrums. The wandering souls that had been wandering around seemed to be in great pain. They began to flee in all directions. There are many auras over there. I Ching suddenly pointed to the right. Right where the two realms meet. The group exchanged a look. Let's go. They turned and flew in the direction of the divine underworld. A journey that should have taken an hour took them less than 10 minutes to reach the place where the two realms met. It was not that they had increased their speed, but the divine underworld seemed to have shrunk. There was a white light in front of them. A translucent wall of light blocked the divine underworld, sealing it off completely. There were countless arrays on it that they could not understand. It was connected to the red light that was everywhere in the divine underworld. There seemed to be some kind of force pulling it towards the divine underworld. The wall of light was slowly moving towards the divine underworld. With every inch it moved, the darkness in the divine underworld disappeared a little. The divine world also expanded a little. It looked like the divine underworld was being swallowed up. They did not know what the wall of light was. Every time the wandering souls from the divine underworld touched it, their soul bodies would begin to crumble and they would scream in agony. What was even more shocking was that behind the wall of light, there were countless divine beings from different races. They were all making hand seals in unison, as if trying their best to push the wall of light in front of them to swallow up the divine underworld. They could vaguely see familiar figures inside. That's the drama queen. I Ching paused. He looked at the two people at the front of the group. Feng San, Long Zhen. Lone Moon stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing? What array is this?" The person on the other side didn't reply, as if he didn't hear their shouts at all. He just maintained the formation with a dull expression. Their souls have been controlled by someone and have become one with the array. They can't hear us at all. Bai Zai's face darkened as he explained, the others should be the same. Everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at the countless figures outside the matrix in disbelief. There were at least tens of thousands of people here. Who could control so many people at the same time? Moreover, they were all from the divine race. They are all divine beings. How can they? Lone Moon stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened and he exchanged a look with Shining. Both of them exclaimed in unison. Remnant soul. Everyone's faces paled. Originally, they thought that they were the only ones who had lost their remnant souls. But now, it seemed that all the people outside had lost their remnant souls. In other words, more than half of the people in the immortal world had been affected. *CK, I have to admit that this maneuver is awesome. This was simply to destroy the netherworld, but who would do such a thing? Lone Moon turned and pulled I Ching back. In a low voice, he instructed, Chef, Bai Zai, the two of you stay away from the array. The wall of light was moving faster and faster. It carried with it a destructive aura. Without a doubt, if they touched the wall of light, they would be destroyed just like those wandering souls. The few of them had no choice but to retreat. Lone Moon scanned the crowd anxiously. We have to find the person controlling them quickly. Otherwise, the entire netherworld will be finished. Elder Lone Moon, look. Xian Tong suddenly pointed to the right and shouted. Everyone turned to look. Not far to the right, the wall of light suddenly emitted a beam of white light. It cut through the darkness of the netherworld and went straight to the deepest part of the netherworld. It seemed to be cutting a path. They could vaguely see a white figure flying towards the depths of the light. That should be the mastermind. Chase! Lone Moon reminded them. He turned and rode on his sword to chase after it. The others did not hesitate. They all followed. The figure in front was very fast. Even though everyone was trying their best to chase after it, they could only see a shadow. Lone Moon gritted his teeth and was about to speed up to chase after it. Father Nyo. Shining suddenly reached out and pulled him back. Lone Moon almost fell off from his sword. Shining, you dash, there's a river. She reminded him. She also grabbed Xian Tong and Bai Zai who were about to fly over. Yin River. Lone Moon was shocked. He almost forgot that there was such a thing in the netherworld. He looked at the person who was already a white dot. He became more anxious. Let's go around. Too slow. Just as he was about to ask Shining to bring them around, she suddenly spoke. Lone Moon's heart sank. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, Shining, don't tell me dash. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his collar tighten, and in an instant, his whole body was dragged forward. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and all that was left was a blur, and the three people who were also being dragged forward. The four of them, in the blink of an eye, the figure that was still a white dot in front of them was getting closer and closer. A moment later, they felt their ears stop buzzing. They had already stopped in front of the white figure. It was a white-robed old man with a head of white hair. Even his beard was white. There seemed to be a habitual trace of a smile on his lips. He looked like an amiable old man. There was not a trace of hostility on his face. He did not look like someone who wanted to destroy the entire netherworld at all. It's you. The old man frowned. He looked straight at Lone Moon. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he looked like he understood. My prediction was right. You are the biggest variable. You know. Ugh, before Lone Moon could finish, his expression changed. The side effects of moving at such a high speed exploded. He turned and vomited. His face turned green. His vomiting seemed to have turned on some kind of switch. I Ching, Bai Zai, and Shorty all turned their heads. Their faces turned green as they started vomiting. They looked like they were going to vomit their bile out. In an instant, there were only 2 people standing opposite each other and 4 people who were bent over and vomiting. Shining, the old man, the scene was extremely awkward. Straight face, he knew it would turn out like this. Shining had run away really fast. Lone Moon conjured several spells on himself before he managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He looked at the person opposite him. Who exactly are you? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Zai, who had also recovered, exclaimed, Supreme Divinity Hong Yu. Chapter 273. The man snapped out of his trance and smiled at Bai Zai. Supreme Divinity Bai Zai, it's been a long time. Why are you here? Bai Zai could not believe his eyes. He had known Hong Yu for so many years. The other party had always been unconcerned about anything and had always been so kind. Although he was the person with the highest cultivation level in the divine world, he could not even bear to hurt the wild beasts. He could even share his cultivation techniques with others. Hong Yu, you really want to destroy the underworld? Hong Yu's smile deepened. He had no intention of hiding it at all. This is my lifelong wish. Why? He had never thought that the person who wanted to destroy the underworld would be him. Everything I do is for the people of the 3 realms. People. Without the underworld, how can the people of the 3 realms reincarnate? I don't want to reincarnate. Bai Zai was shocked. What do you mean? Hong Yu looked calm. His eyes darkened. A moment later, he said, Bai Zai, I'm different from you. I've been alive since ancient times. I've watched my friends and family leave me one by one. No matter if they were friends or foes in life, once they reincarnated, everything is gone. I'm the only one left. Although their souls are the same, they are no longer the people they were before. I've always been thinking about how I can find them. He sighed, as if recalling something from the past. A look of loss flashed across his eyes. In this world, be it humans, immortals, or gods, nothing lasts forever. Neither immortals nor gods can. Neither immortals nor gods can. One day, we will all die and enter reincarnation to become someone else. His eyes darkened as he looked at the crowd. Everyone in the 3 realms pursues eternal life. Mortals want to ascend to become immortals, immortals want to become gods. As for the gods, they would still fall. I'm the only one left from the first batch of ancient gods. Does anyone still remember the ancient Qilin and the black tortoise? I've always wondered why we still came to an end when we had an unlimited lifespan. He suddenly smiled. He looked as kind as ever and his body was still glowing faintly. In the end, I finally understood. The reason why there is no true immortality in this world is because there is reincarnation. Bai Zhe was shocked. He immediately understood why he had come to the underworld. You want to destroy the reincarnation stage. Without reincarnation, there is no reincarnation. Hong Yu did not seem the least bit afraid that Lone Moon would find out. He continued, as long as the underworld is gone, there will be no reincarnation stage. The living beings of the three realms would not be pulled into the cycle of reincarnation, and there would be no such thing as birth and death. This is true eternal life for everyone in the three realms. You. Bai Zhe's eyes widened. Do you know how many wandering souls your formation will kill? Without the reincarnation platform, they will not be able to reincarnate again. They will disappear from this world forever. A look of pity flashed across Hong Yu's face. He closed his eyes and said, "This is a necessary sacrifice." Bai Zhe frowned. Lone Moon, on the other hand, took a step forward and summoned his immortal sword. It was obvious that this person had fallen into obsession and could not listen to anyone else. We will not let you destroy the underworld. Hong Yu glanced at him and gave him a meaningful look. You are indeed the biggest variable in this matter. Even though I asked Bian Xinchen to take on your appearance and block the heavenly Tao, you still managed to reach the divine world. Lone Moon paused. You know me. Bai Zhe should not have seen him before. I just predicted that you were once my biggest obstacle. He smiled, as if he no longer cared about Lone Moon's existence. But now that things have come to this, you can no longer stop me. Before Lone Moon could figure out what he meant, Hong Yu suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a transparent crystal ball appeared in his hand. There was a flash of white light inside. A huge suppressive force came pressing towards them. Everyone was forced to take a step back, but Hong Yu had already turned and flew forward. Stop. Holy shit. Bai Zhe, what are you doing? Just as he was about to stop Hong Yu, Bai Zhe suddenly turned around with his sword and attacked him. He instinctively dodged, but the other party attacked again. Bai Zhe, you don't really believe him, do you? Chef, help. He was just about to call for Chef's help when he turned around and his eyes widened. Chef had unsheathed his sword, but he was not helping Hong Yu. Instead, he was stabbing at Shining. Shining. Ha! Shining subconsciously turned to the side, only to see the sword in Chef's hand directly brush past her body and fall to the ground, creating a huge pit. I Ching. Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a closer look at Bai Zhe and I Ching. They looked dazed, as if they had lost their minds. He immediately thought of Feng San and Long Zhen. Shit, Shining and the others are being controlled by that old man Hong Yu. Lone Moon reacted. As he dodged, he shouted, Bai Zhe and Chef's remnant souls are in his hands. Shining frowned and turned to look in Hong Yu's direction. She realized that he had not gone far. He was standing not far away. He waved his hand in front of him. Immediately, the darkness around them dissipated, as if something had been opened. A golden light shot into the sky. It's the reincarnation stage. Lone Moon exclaimed. Shining turned to rush over, but I Ching's figure flashed and he stood in front of her again. She paused. Chef. They're being controlled. They have no consciousness. They're only attacking you with their remnant soul's instincts. Lone Moon shouted. He can't hear you. Indeed, I Ching did not reply. He conjured a seal and froze Shen Ying's body. He waved his hand expressionlessly. Instantly, a sky full of swords appeared. The cold swords were all aimed at her. He leapt up and lunged at her again. Shining was stunned. She did not know if she should attack. In the next moment, the sky full of swords started raining down on her. Lone Moon was shocked. Shining, before he could finish speaking, there was a series of clanging sounds. Countless immortal swords landed around Shining. They formed a circle of swords, trapping her inside. Shining felt a weight on her neck. She bent down subconsciously. Then, she felt something warm on her lips. Something was imprinted on her. Ha! Lone Moon, Xiantong, Shining, was this, acting on instinct? Shen Ying's mind went blank for a moment. The key thing was that a certain person was standing on tiptoe on the hilt of a sword and hugging her neck. He obviously had no experience in kissing. He just rubbed his lips against hers, then licked her, dissatisfied. Then, his saliva smeared all over her face. The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. She tore the person in front of her off her body. Father No, can I kill him? Lone Moon, before he had time to react, Bai Zhe had already broken through the array and was attacking him again. Holy shit, Bai Zhe was trying to kill him. They were all acting on instinct. Why was Chef so outstanding? Chapter 274. Help. He had no choice but to turn to Shining for help. Shining did not hesitate. In a flash, she grabbed Chef, who was still trying to climb onto her body, and came over. She grabbed Bai Zhe's sword-wielding hand and flung him to the ground. Lone Moon hurriedly activated his immortal chi and knocked the back of their heads twice. He also conjured a few spells to make them fall asleep. The two of them finally fell over. Sect Master, Elder. Xian Tong pointed in front of her in a panic. The two of them looked up. Not far in front of them, there was already a huge patch of white light. They could vaguely make out many figures. The array had already forced them here. So fast. Lone Moon hurriedly turned to look at Hongyu. He was already standing on the reincarnation stage, surrounded by all sorts of unfamiliar array formations. The pearl that he had used to control Bai Zhe and Chef was floating on the reincarnation stage, glowing with a blinding white light. There seemed to be a huge amount of energy inside it that was about to explode. Everyone's remnant souls must be inside there. He's trying to make that soul pearl explode. Lone Moon's face paled. He exchanged a look with Shining and rushed over. Lone Moon activated all the sword chi in his body and swung his sword at Hongyu, who was in the middle of setting up an array. Just as the huge sword chi was about to hit Hongyu waved his hand and a wave of god power dissipated the sword chi. I told you, you can't stop me. Hongyu's expression darkened. Lone Moon smiled and pointed in front of him. I can't, but she can. Hongyu turned back to see that Shining was already standing on the reincarnation stage. She reached out and scooped up the pearl that was floating on the stage. How can this be? Hongyu was shocked. Finally, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Put the soul pearl down. Immediately, the sky filled with wind blades attacked Shining. Shining, be careful of the soul pearl. Lone Moon shouted. Shining, who was just about to retaliate, paused. She turned and retreated several feet. The sky filled with wind blades missed their target. They all struck the surroundings of the reincarnation stage. The surrounding array dimmed. Even the huge red array that covered the entire underworld seemed to flicker. Lone Moon's eyes brightened. He immediately understood. Shining, the array around the reincarnation stage is the eye of the array outside. Destroy it. Shining did not hesitate. She held the soul pearl in one hand and punched the ground beneath her feet. With a loud bang, the entire array formation cracked. One by one, the cracks spread towards the surrounding array formations, and wherever they passed, the red light would instantly extinguish. The fissures continued to spread, splitting apart the withered ground and layers of array formations, and finally, the reincarnation platform. Shining, Lone Moon, Hongyu, Air. Father Nyo, if I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Believe your sister. Lone Moon felt the urge to kill someone. Are you a freaking spy sent by a monkey? It's one thing for you to smash the ground, but why did you smash the reincarnation stage as well? She was in cahoots with Hongyu, wasn't she? Fortunately, there were only some cracks on the reincarnation stage. It had not collapsed yet. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. The ground suddenly shook. Before Shining could retract her fist, there was a sudden crash. A crack about a meter wide appeared on the ground, and it started to tear towards the reincarnation stage. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What he wanted really came true. Lone Moon's face turned pale. Oh no, Father Nyo, give me your sword. Ha! Lone Moon was still confused. Shining took the sword from his hand and turned to the right. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand and stabbed it into the ground. There was a loud crash. An even bigger crack appeared on the right side, stopping the crack that was spreading towards the reincarnation stage. The crack stopped immediately. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, he was scared to death. Elder, Sect Master. Suddenly, a voice filled with fear rang out. The two of them turned to look and their eyes widened. Shorty. They did not know when Shorty had been caught by Hongyu and placed on the reincarnation stage. What are you trying to do? The soul pearl is gone. This girl's soul is special. She can still destroy the reincarnation stage. Hongyu suddenly smiled at the two of them, as if he had accomplished something big. He grabbed Xian Tong and jumped into the reincarnation stage. Shorty. Lone Moon was shocked. It was too late to rush over. The two of them were no longer on the reincarnation stage. All he could see was a patch of golden light. Lone Moon was anxious. Hongyu was doing this on purpose. He had no intention of using the soul pearl to destroy the reincarnation stage. He wanted to use Shorty's soul. What should we do? Shining, can you see Shorty? No. Shining shook her head. Suddenly, she recalled something. Father Nyo, the pearl containing Shorty's remnant soul is with you, right? Yes, but, throw it in. What? Quick. Lone Moon retrieved the soul bead and threw it into the reincarnation stage. In the next moment, there was a loud crash. The reincarnation stage began to collapse inch by inch. The golden light inside seemed to be blown away, scattering in all directions. Like fluorescent light, it slowly dimmed. Lone Moon looked at the surrounding fluorescent light in a daze. His eyes darkened. Shorty, she's already gone back. Shining suddenly interrupted. What? Lone Moon paused. He realized that Shining was looking in the direction where the fluorescent light was dispersing. He followed her gaze and found that the fluorescent light that had dimmed earlier was suddenly lighting up again. It was getting brighter and brighter. It was also spreading in all directions. The underworld, which had already shrunk by half due to Hongyu's array, was now expanding outwards. Golden fluorescent light was everywhere. It was like the floodgates had been opened. It flowed endlessly. Lone Moon finally understood why Shining said that the underworld was too bright. It was indeed very bright. Looking up, the entire underworld was covered in golden light. It looked like a boundless ocean. But he could faintly see a few black-green rivers. This was the source of the river of forgetfulness. Not the reincarnation stage, but the entire underworld. Lone Moon was still in a daze. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed. It went from a golden ocean to a blue sky. This was the divine territory of the ancient gods. Sect Master, Elder Lone Moon. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Lone Moon turned back to see a familiar figure walking over from afar. Her lips were curved in a bright smile. Shorty. Lone Moon was overjoyed. That was great. She was fine. Just as he was about to step forward, Shining suddenly spoke. Mengpao. What? Chapter 275. Lone Moon paused. He glanced at Shining and then at Xian Tong, who was smiling even wider. What the hell? I'm still used to you calling me Shorty. Xian Tong smiled a little proudly and walked quickly to Shining. Sect Master is indeed as wise as ever. When did you realize that? I even sealed my memories and split off a remnant of my soul. Shining thought about it seriously. From when the God Fiend asked us to find you. Meng Po's mouth twitched. She looked listless. Didn't you find out from the beginning? Sect Master, can't you give me some face? Can't you coax me some other time? Oh. Shining nodded and continued, then let's start from the first time I saw you and felt that your soul was abnormal. Wasn't that even earlier? Straight face, wait. Lone Moon interrupted them, looking confused. Shining. Shorty. She's Mengpao. You knew from the beginning, but you never told me. I thought you knew. Shining tilted her head. What the hell? How would I know if you didn't tell me? What's going on? Isn't she Chenji's mental demon? Mental demons are not souls. Even with the power of reincarnation, how can a complete soul be formed in just a few lifetimes? Before Shining could speak, Xian Tong explained, back then, I was too bored in the divine underworld and wanted to go to the human world. I found the mental demon in the river of forgetfulness and out of curiosity, I captured it and reincarnated. Actually, I reincarnated many times before that. You went by yourself. Then why did the God Fiend ask us to find you? If she was Mengpe, how could the God Fiend not tell? Was he blind? He doesn't know that I reincarnated. She shook her head. They were all three ancient gods. They could predict everything in the world but not each other. What's more, I left a remnant of my soul by the river of forgetfulness. That's why he thought I was still in the divine underworld. Later, my remnant soul was captured by Hongyu and he discovered that I was missing. Hongyu had also noticed that this remnant soul was different from other souls. That was why he had pulled her back to the divine underworld from the immortal world. Then what's with the plot that the God Fiend gave me? It was clearly about her. Although I was immortal after reincarnating, my luck was naturally different from others. Coincidentally, he wanted to solve the problem of the devil realm, so he included me in his calculations. The main female lead's luck in the plot was also because she was Mengpea. How torturous. No wonder Hongyu had instructed Bian Xinchen to drag her to the divine realm by force. He even said that her soul was special. Wasn't it special? She was the original body of the river of forgetfulness. Lone Moon scanned the familiar yet strange person in front of him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the words did not come out. He clenched his fists by his side and said, "Then now, are you Shorty or Mengpa?" "Both." Lone Moon frowned, not satisfied with this answer. "Little Shorty, can't you come back?" Mengpa did not reply, as if she did not know how to answer this question. "Forget it." Lone Moon sighed. He did not want to know the answer again. Damn it. Was his invincible sect destined not to have any sword cultivator disciples? Since you're Mengpe, do you have a way to let those people who are missing remnant souls return? Without someone controlling them, their remnant souls will return on their own. She smiled and said, Mother Feng has already entered samsara. It's just that the scattered wandering souls in the divine realm will need some time to gather and form a soul. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. But there's one person who is a little troublesome. Mengpe suddenly frowned, as if she had encountered a problem. His soul is about to dissipate, but he is unwilling to enter samsara. Lone Moon paused. Instantly, he knew who it was. Hong Yu. She nodded and waved her hand. In a moment, a white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared in front of the two of them. He still looked kind and amiable, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. His body, which was brimming with god power, was now extremely transparent. It was as if he was about to shatter at any moment. You. Seeing Lone Moon, Hong Yu paused. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something. His entire body bent and he fell to the ground, as if he had lost his last bit of strength. His face was full of despair. I never thought that after so many years of planning, it would all be for naught. Lone Moon frowned. He did not know what to say. Hong Yu was not exactly a bad person. He did not even have any selfish motives. He just wanted to keep everything in this world. He did not even hesitate to jump into the reincarnation stage and self-destruct. Bai Zhe said that when he opened a forum to preach, he did not reject anyone. More than 80% of the living beings in the divine realm had benefited from his kindness. Although his motive for doing this was probably to obtain a remnant soul from everyone to help him enter the divine realm, it was undeniable that he was sincere. What's more, he had spells to control souls. He could have been like Bian Xinchen and directly extracted the primary soul to increase his own god power, but he did not. Even in the end, he did not risk everything and let those who were being controlled rush in to fight to the death. He was indeed a kind person. It was just that he had gone in the wrong direction. Forget it. Hong Yu sighed. His body became more and more transparent. His soul started to glow faintly. This is fate. The living beings in the three realms are destined to be unable to escape the pain of reincarnation. They can only struggle to survive in the mortal world. No matter how hard I try, I will not be able to fight against the heavens. Why do you say reincarnation is painful? Shining suddenly asked. Hong Yu paused and looked at her. If reincarnation is not painful, why do people want to become immortals and seek the Tao? My lifelong wish is to help the living beings in the three realms escape this kind of reincarnation. But what does your lifelong wish have to do with the living beings in the three realms? What? Hong Yu paused. I say, uncle, have you not done a census? There are many people who seek immortality, but most of them are mortals. But who doesn't want to live forever? Oh, that means you've asked the living beings in the three realms. This. He was speechless. You didn't even ask them and you're so sure that they all want to live forever. Shining sighed and sat down cross-legged. She supported her head with one hand and said, perhaps living forever is good, but only you think it's good. Everyone thinks differently. Who knows, there might be people who don't want to live anymore. Hong Yu's face paled. He could not find the words to refute her. You didn't even ask them and you're making decisions for others. Everyone has the right to vote in the election of the president, right? Whether they live or die is fine. This is someone else's business. You can't take away their right to choose and then say that it's for their own good, can you? Uncle, as a god, you can't have such double standards. Chapter 276. Hong Yu was completely stunned. His eyes became more and more dazed as if he had never thought of this before. Even his body began to tremble. Could it be that I really did something wrong? I don't know if it's right or wrong, but... Shen Ying's expression darkened. Everything has to be combined with theory and reality, right? Aren't you one of the earliest gods? Looks like you've never been reincarnated, right? You see, you've never been reincarnated, so how do you know it's not good? Shening patted his almost transparent body. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious. Why don't you enter samsara and experience it first? The confusion on his face became more and more serious, but it was no longer as hopeless as before. Although he still couldn't figure it out, his soul body no longer turned into fluorescent light. Mengpo was overjoyed. She quickly waved her hand and Hong Yu transformed into a stream of light that flew into the river of forgetfulness and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Not bad, you're good at bluffing. The corner of Lonman's mouth twitched as he nudged Shening. Father Nyo has taught me well. Bah! I didn't teach you that. Sure enough, sect leader is the best. Mengpe held on to Shen Ying's hand, looking very happy. Actually, to this world, every soul is very important. If he really doesn't want to reincarnate and disperses his soul, I'll be in trouble. Without reincarnation, can the living beings of the three realms really live forever? Lone Moon asked curiously. Granny Meng shook her head. Actually, there is a limit to how long a soul can exist in this world. If it lasts too long, it will slowly be consumed until the soul dissipates. The immortal God's Tao of cultivation only strengthens the soul and prolongs this period of time. On the other hand, the river of forgetfulness could allow the soul to return to its original state, if there was really no reincarnation. It won't be long before there will be no more living beings in the three realms, let alone eternal life. So that's how it is. You should have told old man Hong Yu earlier. I've already returned to my main body, and I'm unable to interfere in the affairs of the three realms any longer. So, this matter can't be decided by me. As if she'd seen through his thoughts, she added. Lone Moon looked around. Oh yes, where's Godfiend? He asked us to look for you. Now that we've found you, he should be coming out. Of course I'm here. As soon as his voice fell, a heavenly voice rang out. In the blink of an eye, a familiar figure landed in front of the two of them. Long time no see. The fiend celestial smiled amiably. I have to thank the two of you for finding Granny Mang. Only then can the three realms be at peace. Cut the crap. We've already found him. Shouldn't you tell us how to connect the two worlds? Lone Moon asked anxiously. Of course. The god fiend laughed. With a wave of his hand, a scroll appeared in front of the two of them. This is the method to set up the formation to open the gate between the two worlds. As long as you pass through this array, you will be able to return to your world. Lone Moon took the scroll. He did not expect the god fiend to give him the method so easily. He had left his original world for too long. If not for Shen Ying's sudden appearance, he would have forgotten everything there. We just need to set up an array. Shening looked at the scroll curiously. Don't we need a pass? Pass? The god fiend hesitated. He did not seem to understand what she meant. After a while, he added, connecting the two worlds requires a lot of god power. So we need to open the realm gate in the divine realm. He waved his hand. Immediately, two exits appeared in front of the two of them. This is the exit between the divine realm and the immortal realm. Stay in the divine realm or return to the immortal realm. Please think twice. Shit, he knew it would not be so simple. They could only choose one of the two. You mean to say that we can't go to the other after choosing one? Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. The god fiend stiffened. Then, he smiled even more brightly. Of course not. It's just that it takes a long time to open the interrealm array. And it consumes a lot of cultivation. You have to be at least a divine supreme to open that array. Oh. Shining glanced at the god fiend. Something flashed across her eyes. She did not continue speaking. Then let's return to the divine realm first. Lone Moon made a decision quickly. Chef was still there anyway. It would not be too late to study the array later. Since that's the case, the two of you can return to the divine realm through the exit on the right. The god fiend pointed to the right. Lone Moon and Shining exchanged a look. Then, they turned and walked to the right. Just as they were about to step through the door, Mengpa suddenly spoke. Sect Master, huh? The two of them turned around subconsciously. Mengpa stared blankly at Lone Moon. An unreadable emotion flashed across her face, and her hands seemed to tremble by her side. A moment later, she smiled brightly and said, Sect Master, Elder Lone Moon, can I still return to Invincible Sect to see you? Lone Moon frowned. But he still nodded. Yes. Even if she was no longer short ye. Thank you. Her smile deepened. But there was something in her eyes. Her smile did not reach her eyes. She waved at the two of them. Goodbye, Sect Master. Goodbye, Elder. Their only sword cultivator disciple was gone just like that. Lone Moon sighed. Then, he turned and was about to step through the exit. Wait. Shining suddenly pulled him back. She turned back to glance at the reluctant Mengpa, then looked at the god fiend beside her. A moment later, she said, God fiend, this exit wouldn't be the plain door, would it? Just as she finished speaking, a white light flashed behind her. The door that had only 1 foot through suddenly moved towards the two of them. In an instant, it swallowed them up. They could even vaguely see a certain someone's panicked expression. In the next moment, the scenery in front of the two of them changed. A passionate voice accompanied by a few beeping sounds came from the front. Do the two of you need a taxi? It's the cheapest in the entire film city. Which hotel are you going back to? A middle-aged man walked past the passenger seat and stuck his head out towards the two of them. You're still wearing ancient clothes. Did you just finish work? Shining, Lone Moon, this is modern times. MMP. A month later. I've seen it. The scroll that the god fiend gave me did not contain any array at all. It's empty inside. Oh. He did it on purpose. From the beginning, he planned to send the two of us back directly after finding Mengpa. This scum who destroys the bridge after crossing it. He even pretended to swear some heavenly Tao oath. I've only just thought it through. He's an existence equivalent to the heavenly Tao. Oaths are useless to him. Oh. Shining tapped on the computer while opening a bottle of Coke. And I've clearly spent hundreds of years in that world. Only 4 or 5 days have passed here. This time difference is too big. Oh. Shining looked up at him and sighed. So, you came to find me for this? Of course not. His expression darkened. I went back to the company recently and discovered some things. With a heavy expression, he picked up the iPad beside Shining and opened a video. He pushed it in front of her. Look. Chapter 277. There was a video on the tablet. Lone Moon was standing on the stage, introducing something in a low voice. His voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, accompanied by all kinds of repetitive music. This was a ghostly video. Father Nyo was watching this too. It's filmed quite well. Shining gave an evaluation. Well, my ass. Look at this face. He pointed at the video and then at himself. It's exactly the same as me now. And then. This is a video from 2 years ago. Lone Moon pointed at the title of the video. I remember this was before I transmigrated, at a game conference. I hadn't transmigrated then and hadn't cultivated the body refinement technique. I shouldn't have looked like this. With that said, he switched the video back to Baidu and searched for a bunch of news about himself. Without exception, all of his photos turned into his current appearance. Look at the photos above, they're all exactly the same as me now. And when I went back to the company, no one felt that there was any change in my appearance. Oh. Shining thought about it carefully before replying. Maybe it's the plane's automatic error correction function. Shining continued typing on the keyboard as she replied, You're originally from this world. Transmigrating was just an accident. You didn't go through the proper procedures. Now that you're back, you have to rationalize your existence. Automatic error correction. Lone Moon faltered. That means, apart from you, everyone will think that I've always looked like this. Shining waved her hand. Don't worry, it won't affect you. How do you know all this? Shining looked calm. Isn't this common sense in the plane? Common sense my ass. Why didn't he know there was such common sense? Wait. Lone Moon thought about her words carefully. You said that I didn't go through the proper procedures when I transmigrated. That means, there's a proper transmigration procedure in this world. There is. Her eyes shifted. Is there or isn't there? I don't know either. Shining shook her head. I don't have much contact with planes. I haven't graduated yet. Is there a place to learn such things? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Where did you learn it from? Shen Ying's hand stiffened. Even the sound of her typing paused. An indecipherable emotion flashed across her face. After a while, she said, It's better that you don't know. Lone Moon glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be your sister? Her entire body trembled. Where is she? Take me to her. I don't know. She often doesn't come back for a month or two, but... She turned her head and said seriously, You'd better not see her. Why? Lone Moon hesitated. How was he supposed to understand all these things without seeing her? No, I have to see her. I'll wait here for her to come back. Shining frowned. This is my house, you dash. Before she could finish, Lone Moon tapped lightly on the iPad. In the next moment, Shen Ying's phone rang with a notification. DD. Received WeChat transfer of ***** yuan. Alright, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. Her eyes lit up. Which room do you want to stay in? Would you like a cup of coffee, with milk or sugar? King retard. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at the pauper. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the computer in front of Shining. Oh yes, I saw you typing non-stop just now. What exactly were you doing? Wait, isn't this our company's backend database? What do you want? Nothing much. Shining chuckled. I just deleted some useless information that was stored in your server last time. Information. Lone Moon's expression darkened. Why did I see that you opened the online game database? Shining coughed. I also changed my online game data. Damn you. Don't change the game data just because others won't find it. Shining had already reopened the game interface and logged in. In less than 10 seconds, with a thud, she landed on the ground and turned into a box. Lone Moon, who was about to stop her, straight-face this game's skill was completely inversely proportional to hacking skills. It was really refreshing. How on earth did you do it, turning into a box the moment you landed on the ground? Indeed, 10 times the defense is still not enough. Why don't you change it to 100 times? Enough, you might as well change it to invincible. Degree. Lomun took a deep breath and looked at the person in front of him who had completely turned into an internet addict. His expression darkened and he sighed. Shining, don't you want to go back to that world? Shining paused and finally looked up from the computer screen. Father Nyo, do you want to go back? He faltered for a moment and clenched his fists by his side. After a while, he sighed and said, yes. Although only 4 or 5 days had passed here, he had lived in that world for hundreds of years. He had long gotten used to life there. Even though he originally belonged to this world, to him now, it was this world that was foreign. Everything he was familiar with was already in another world. I want to go back. Oh. Shining frowned. After a while, she said, but, even if I have a way to send you back. If you are alone, the God Fiend will still send you back. The corner of Lomun's mouth twitched. He seemed to have just thought of this problem. That's why you have to go back with me. I can't stay there for too long. Shining shrugged. Why? Because. Shining was just about to explain when she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes widened. Oh yes, what's the date today? What time is it? Lone Moon faltered. He looked at the electronic calendar at the side and said, isn't it the 10th? It's almost 12. Shen Ying's face paled. She stood up abruptly. Oh no, go out for a while. Hurry. What? It's too late. Shining was just about to push him away when she looked at the time and pulled him back. Hurry and hide. Wait. Before Lone Moon could react, she pressed him under the table in the next moment. What the hell? In the next moment, there was a beep on Shen Ying's computer. The screen flashed and a figure that looked very similar to Shen Ying appeared on the screen. Little Ying. A low female voice sounded. Shen Ying's whole body stiffened. She turned around as if her whole body was stuck. She forced a smile and called out in a low voice. Big sister. Why do you still look so pale after resting for a few days? The person on the screen frowned. Did you slack off again and go somewhere to have fun? No. Shen Ying immediately sat up straight. She shook her head like a rattle drum and straightened her back. I didn't go anywhere. I've finished all the follow-up work. Really? She sweated profusely. Chapter 278. The person on the other side nodded and did not ask any more questions. She changed the topic. What's the result of the analysis of the space storm in Area T98? I've already uploaded it to your account. Good, you handled it well this time. That's why you have more than a month off. But don't go overboard. You have to focus on work soon. Oh. You don't have much to do these few days. Don't stay at home. You have to go out for a walk. Do you want me to arrange a few places for you? No, there's no need. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back if you arrange it. Why? You don't like it? The person's expression darkened. Shen Ying's heart skipped a beat. She immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. No, it's just that. I only have 1 day left. It's better not to affect my work. Ha. I don't have to worry too much if you think that way. She nodded. I've already transferred this month's living expenses to your account. Check it yourself. All right, sister. That's it then. There seems to be some problems around Area C recently. I'll come back again next month's Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll bring you some mooncakes on the way. Thank you, sister. Goodbye. The person on the screen nodded. Just as she was about to cut off the communication, her hands suddenly paused. Oh yes, who's that person beside you? Ha! Shen Ying's heart tightened. Her back instantly became wet. What? Who? The person's expression darkened. The one lying under your table. The one you're stepping on with your right foot. No, no one. Shen Ying struggled. Is that so? The person's voice turned cold. She waved her hand. Suddenly, a screen lit up in the room. It floated in all directions without any blind spots. The image also changed from the person on the screen to the image of Father Nyo being stepped on by her, unable to move. Shen Ying's toes trembled. She subconsciously retracted her right foot. Only then did Lone Moon climb up. He took a few deep breaths. Holy shit. The next time you step on someone, can you not make me face down? Murder. He was suffocating. Shen. Little. Ing. A bone-chilling voice rang out. He even added the word little in her name. Shen Ying felt a chill in her heart. Stay at home. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Wait, sister. Listen to me. Shen Ying reached out with Air Kang's hand, but it was too late. The screens around them all disappeared with a whoosh. Even the images on the computer returned to the scene where she fell to the ground and turned into a box. The entire room fell silent. Shen Ying felt a sense of desolation in her heart. She even felt like crying. Note, winky face, he had said 5 minutes, but in less than 2 minutes, the space in the room distorted, as if someone had forcibly torn it apart, and a hole as tall as a human appeared. This was, tearing through the void. How could this be? Before Lone Moon could react, a person dressed in red, who looked 80% like Shen Ying, stepped out from inside. Her cold gaze swept across the two people in the room. It was just a casual glance, but Lone Moon felt his entire body stiffen. He had never felt this way before, even from the cheating. An immense sense of fear surged through him, causing his legs to turn to jelly. Shen. He subconsciously looked at Shen Ying beside him. But he saw that the other party was 1 step ahead of him. She grabbed the pillow on the sofa and knelt down without hesitation. Sister, I was wrong. Lone Moon, where's your integrity? The person opposite him narrowed her eyes. The cold air around her became even thicker. She took 2 steps forward and sat directly on the sofa. She calmly made herself a cup of tea. She only spoke when the cup was almost empty. What did you do wrong? Ha! Shen Ying hesitated. That's right, what did she do wrong? She knelt down out of habit. It's rare to see you bring someone back. She then turned and glanced at Lone Moon beside her. Boyfriend? Shen Ying and Lone Moon subconsciously exchanged a look. They saw the disdain in each other's eyes. No. His voice was firm and decisive. No. Righteous words. Then why is he at home? The other party's expression clearly did not change. But there seemed to be a low pressure surrounding them, making it hard for them to breathe. Little Ying, what did I teach you? Have you forgotten? I don't mind helping you deepen your memory. Sister, it's not what you think, huh? She suddenly seemed to discover something. She stood up and pinched Shen Ying's chin. She scanned her from head to toe. Her expression immediately darkened. Why do you have the aura of another plane on you? Where have you been these few days? I've been to another plane. Seeing that the other party's expression had softened, Shining immediately told her everything about her transmigration. She did not hide anything. She only said what color Lan Hua's underwear was. This was the first time Lone Moon saw her speak so much in one go. She spoke for 2 full hours. The more the person opposite her listened, the deeper her frown became. You mean, someone has been pulling people from this plane without my permission? Yes, yes, yes. She nodded vigorously. Sister, you should beat up someone else. You've been there for so long. Didn't you feel anything wrong at all? Her expression turned cold. She looked like she had paid for all these years for nothing. I didn't before. I found out later. The letter that the god fiend gave was indeed written in her sister's handwriting. But thinking about it carefully, Big Sister would never threaten her in writing. She would only use force. At first, I thought it was your holiday homework. And it was the super easy kind. So. She turned to look at Father Nyo. He's an extra question for your homework. Shining, Lone Moon, what the hell? Get up first. I have something to ask you. The person opposite her frowned. All right, sister. Shining sat back on the sofa. This time, have you found out the reason? Father Nyo is the main cause. It could be a chain reaction caused by the plane's operation. You weren't here then. I sensed it the most. That's why I was pulled over. Have you seen the manager over there? No. Plane sensing. No response. Could it be the original plane? There's a 50% chance. What are the coordinates of the plane? I only know it's the immortal spirit plane. I'll contact the manager over there first. I'll remember your question. She glanced at Shining. The latter shrunk out of habit. She then looked away and continued. Do you still know the rules? How dare you pull people from my plane? She stood up directly and was about to leave. Wait. Lone Moon finally cut in. He looked at the two of them with a confused expression. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all? What plane? What manager? Is he still on Earth? You didn't tell him. The person who was about to leave turned back to look at Shining. The corner of Shinying's mouth twitched. She mumbled weakly, didn't you say I can't say? On account that I'm also a victim. She finally turned to glance at Lone Moon and said in a low voice, I'm Shinying's sister. The manager of this plane, Shin Jing. Ha! Chapter 279. As an experienced CEO who had traveled through 2 worlds, met the ancient god of creation, fought against the strongest ultimate god, and cleared the 3 realms instance dungeon with a cheat. At this moment, Lone Moon felt that his common sense needed to be reset. For the first time, he realized that there were countless planes in this world other than the Xianxia world and this world. And the people who maintained the stability of these planes were the managers. They controlled the reproduction and destruction of all living beings in the entire plane, as well as diplomatic work with other planes. How big is our plane? He could not help but ask. Well, it's an entire universe. Shining said while eating her cake. So, your sister is really... He could not believe his ears. Although he had long felt that Shinying's environment might be different from others, he did not expect this to be the reason. Yes. Then you are, my sister's, assistant. The kind with no salary and only living expenses. Lone Moon looked at her again, then at the locked door in front of him. He still could not believe it. Why are you so afraid of your sister? I think she treats you quite well. Shinying's mouth twitched as if she thought of something. She said with a constipated expression, if you were thrown to the Zerg mother planet to train your body at the age of 5, had to self-study all the subjects at the age of 10, and dealt with the plane invasion at the age of 15, you would be the same as me. Lone Moon's heart went cold. The Zerg. Could it be the Zerg in the movies? Isn't she worried at all that you will be eaten by the Zerg? Lone Moon did not believe it. Won't she secretly follow you or something? Yes. Shining nodded. She follows me every time. Oh. I knew it. And then beat me up together with the Zerg. Are you really sisters? Wait, didn't you say that you repeated many times in primary school? Yes. Why? Finishing all the subjects by himself at the age of 10, he should be considered a super scholar. How could he repeat a year? Maybe. I misjudged the level of civilization on the mother planet. What do you mean? For example, primary school students firmly believe that 1 + 1 = 2. But if you ask a college student, will the answer be 2? Of course not. So, I accidentally made the answers too complicated. The teacher said that I didn't respect the exam paper and gave me a 0. So, it's just because we have different levels of knowledge. What was with this urge to light a candle for her? I was young at the time. I only understood it when I was 8 years old, but I had already been in the first grade for 3 years. All right, our teacher has brought shame to earth. Lone Moon wanted to ask more questions, but Shining suddenly straightened up and sat up straight. Only then did he realize that Shinjing had already come out of the room, but her expression wasn't very good. Her face was as cold as ice, making one feel nervous. I couldn't get in touch with the manager over there. Shinjing frowned and said, maybe that place really is a primordial plane, and no manager has been born yet. But there are 3 ancient gods of creation in that world. We've met them before. Lone Moon said anxiously. They were the ones who pulled us into that world. Aren't they managers? That's just a companion deity of that world. Shinjing glared at him with an expression that said, don't lower our manager. What do you mean? At the beginning of the plane's creation, there will be remnants of chaotic consciousness, but one day they will become one with the plane. Become one? Are you saying that they will also enter samsara? Yes. Shinjing nodded. Managers are different from them. We have to be existences that are higher than that plane. Then can we go back to that plane? Before we confirm the situation over there, we can't for now. Shinjing's voice was heavy. But we still have to settle this score. Little Ing. She suddenly turned to look at the person who was eating an apple beside her. What's wrong with you? Ha! Shining was stunned. She tilted her head. What's wrong? You've been eating since I came back. You've already made 6 trips to and fro from the fridge. Didn't you eat today? But I'm hungry. She felt wronged. Elder sister Shinjing, she's always been like this. Chef used to cook even more, Lone Moon replied subconsciously. Shinjing turned to glance at him. Who told you that she's always been like this? Ha! Lone Moon was stunned. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened. Wasn't she like this in the past? Shinjing's expression darkened. She stood up directly. You too, follow me in. With that said, she turned and went back to the room just now. Lone Moon and Shining exchanged a look and immediately followed. Lone Moon then saw what the room inside looked like. It was a snow-white space, but it was shockingly huge. He could not see the end of it. It did not look like the space that a house of less than 70 square meters should have. Apart from a pillar that did not even reach his waist, there was nothing else inside. He saw Shinjing walk directly to the side of the pillar. She reached out and brushed her hand over it. In an instant, the whole room was brightly lit. Countless light screens popped up all around them. There were all kinds of complicated data and pictures floating on them. It gave him the illusion that he had suddenly transmigrated into a futuristic world of technology. You two, stand over there. Shenjing pointed to the right, where there were two red lights. I'll test your data. The two obediently stood at the red lights. Shenjing tapped on one of the light screens. In the next moment, a row of data popped up around the two of them. There were more than 100 items. Lone Moon could not understand them, but he could faintly see the word SSS written on the last item. He subconsciously turned to look at Shining, only to find that the row of data next to her suddenly distorted. In a short while, it was all messed up. And the last item had a red mark, data error. What's going on? Lone Moon looked confused. His heart sank subconsciously. Even a blind person could see that there was something wrong with Shining. And it was 100% related to her non-stop eating. Can't be tested. Shenjing's voice deepened and became even colder. She quickly fiddled with the light screen several times. Row after row of data flashed past Shining. But they were all messed up. The red mark at the bottom of the screen had not been refreshed. Shenjing's expression darkened. A moment later, she thought of something. She turned and tapped on the light screen beside her. Suddenly, a transparent table appeared in front of Shining. On it was a circular instrument. Since the scan can't find anything, try this. Shenjing pointed to the ball on the table. Body measuring instrument. Shining was stunned for a moment. She instantly recognized the instrument and picked it up. Sister, haven't I always had 3S stamina? Hold it. Shenjing did not answer. She only said one more sentence. Oh. Shining trembled. She immediately grabbed the ball. Her palm subconsciously tightened. There was only a cracking sound. The originally delicate instrument instantly broke into pieces. The electric light between her hands could still be seen faintly. Shining, Lone Moon, she wouldn't be killed, right? Chapter 280. Indeed. Shenjing sighed, as if she had finally confirmed something. She walked over and said, something happened to you when you transmigrated to the plane, causing some kind of mutation. Your body's various indexes all broke through the limit. Shining faltered and replied subconsciously, didn't I break through many times? Since she was 5 years old. Shenjing's gaze turned cold. Alright, it's a mutation. Continue. Shining covered her mouth. This time, it's not an ordinary physical enhancement. She said in a low voice, it's possible that it broke through a certain limit. Then why did she eat so much? Lone Moon asked. When her body's stats go up, the basic consumption naturally increases. She often feels hungry, it's just a sign that her body needs to replenish energy. Oh. Shining faltered. Big sister, then what kind of limit did I break through? I'm not sure about that. Shenjing frowned and paused for a while, as if thinking of something. I have to go out and confirm some things. You stay here these few days. Your vacation will be extended. I'll come back to inform you when I find the answer. Vacation. Shenying's eyes lit up. Alright big sister, no problem big sister. Lone Moon, Shenjing, she's probably turned into a retard. Once Shenjing left, she did not return for a few days. Lone Moon's originally tense heart became bored as he waited. Father no, don't you need to go back to work? Shining asked as she nibbled on the cake. I've already transferred the businesses under my name to my family yesterday, Lone Moon said nonchalantly. I've been gone for so long. I'm already rusty about the company's business and making money. I might as well hand it over to someone I'm familiar with. Oh. Shining suddenly thought of the invincible sex treasury, which was growing by the day. The business was rusty, but it was definitely not making money. That's it. There was no family feud, no quarrels between brothers. What's with that expression? Lone Moon turned and glared at her. Ask if you have any questions. Are you considered bankrupt like this? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He picked up the iPad beside him and opened his account. Shining was instantly blinded by the row of zeros on the screen. Although I don't care about the company, I still get dividends every year, all right? Oh. Shining nodded and pointed to the pot. Then why don't you order takeout? Why do you want to cook for yourself? Lone Moon's hand stiffened. Shit, he had long forgotten that there was such a function in this world. Wait a minute. He turned back to look at Shining. Don't tell me you're saying that because you don't want to eat my dishes. No, he replied with a straight face. Your sister. Don't nod your head if you don't. Who am I doing this for? Take away that pig food expression of yours. Father Nyo, I have the number of a super delicious private restaurant. Scram. 30 minutes later. Father Nyo, do you think there's a chance of pulling Chef into this world? It's up to you whether you want to eat or not. Lone Moon glared at the person beside him. I'm not the one who's hungry. Shining sighed. She accepted her fate and began to eat. For the umpteenth time, she thought of Chef every day. Lone Moon shamelessly played around in the stock market and casually earned a few million yuan. After a while, he threw down the tablet in his hand, looking bored. He suddenly felt that life without having to raise a sect or tidy up a stall was so lonely. Do you want to play? Shining suddenly pointed to her computer screen. Lone Moon glanced at the game screen and gave her a look of disdain. Do you want to fall to the ground and become a box with you? You're someone who hacks my server every day. How can you be so lousy at playing games? Shining lowered her head and thought for a while. I'm just not used to such primitive operations. Primitive. In the past, I used to play galactic online games. Galactic. Lone Moon's heart skipped a beat. You mean there are online games on other planets too? Shining turned and glanced at him. Want to try? Can I? Lone Moon's eyes widened. As a native of Earth, of course he wanted to. What's more, he was originally in the internet business. The last time Shinjing helped them check their body data, he was already dazzled by the pile of high-tech equipment in the room. Wait, I'll help you hack a galactic account. Shining turned and began to type furiously on the keyboard. So, she relied on hacking to get online. Shining typed for a while and brought up a screen out of nowhere. After a while, there was a beeping sound and she stopped. Done. She turned and took out a blue bracelet from the drawer and handed it over. What's this? A simplified version of the optical computer. Optical computer. What did that mean? Before Lone Moon could react, he subconsciously put on the bracelet. In an instant, he felt his vision blur. The next moment, he was already in a white world. Looking around, all he saw was white snow. He could even feel the coolness under his feet. He came in just like that. Didn't he need a name or something? He looked around, but found no one around. There seemed to be a black dot in the distance, approaching him. Shining. Lone Moon subconsciously ran over. What is this? Before he could finish, a loud roar came from the other side, causing the surrounding snow to tremble. Only then did Lone Moon see clearly what the approaching figure was. It was a monster. It had 8 long legs and was completely hairless. Its huge mouth took up half of its body. From time to time, disgusting mucus dripped out of its mouth. It looked like an ultimate monster in a horror movie. It was more disgusting than any demonic beast he had ever seen. Holy shit 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 shit. What the hell was this? Loneman's heart sank. He had already cursed a certain unreliable person 100 times in his heart. He turned and ran back, but it was too late. The monster was moving extremely fast. In a short while, it was less than 10 meters away from him. It was obvious that his 2 legs could not outrun its 8. His mind went blank. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How was he supposed to play this damn game? He refused to be turned into a box. Seeing that the monster's blade-like long legs were about to cut his body, he could only roll on the ground and avoid the attack. He rolled under the monster's body. In the next moment, an even sharper roar came. The monster's mouth that took up half of its body opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It directly pounced towards him. Loneman's chest heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a familiar heat flow through his body. He subconsciously conjured a fire manipulation art. In the next moment, a fire dragon rushed out and struck the monster's mouth. With a shrill cry, the monster that was originally as tall as a small mountain turned into ashes. Chapter 281. Lone Moon breathed heavily. Such a realistic game. At that moment, he really felt like he was going to die. He looked at his hand blankly. Was that a game skill? Father, no. Suddenly, Shen Ying's voice sounded in his ear. He looked around but did not see anyone. After a while, he noticed that in the lower right corner of his vision, there was a yellow envelope mark. He subconsciously nodded. Suddenly, a light screen popped up in front of him. It was Shen Ying. Where the hell did you go? Lone Moon was full of anger. What the hell is this place? And what the hell was that monster just now? You're in the novice testing area. Before you pass the test, I can't contact you. Novice testing area. He looked around and then at the monster that had just been burned to ashes. He thought about it carefully. Ignoring the terrifying appearance, the monster was so weak that it was quite like a novice monster. Could this be a holographic online game? It was too realistic. Did I pass? How do I get out? There is a moving mark in the lower left corner of your body. Lone Moon looked down. There was indeed a little green person in the lower left corner. He directly tapped it. There was a flash of white light beside him. In an instant, he was already in a green mountain and clear water. In front of him were a few wooden tables and chairs. There were all kinds of fruits on them. Shen Ying was sitting next to them, chewing noisily. Why didn't you tell me that there was a novice testing? Lone Moon could not help but be angry. You didn't wait for me to say it. Shen Ying tilted her head. He came in too quickly. But that's just a novice testing. No one can't pass it. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. He picked up a fruit and took a bite. However, he discovered that it was sweet and juicy, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. He had a look of astonishment on his face as he glanced at the fruit in his hand. Isn't this fruit a little too realistic? As expected of the interstellar era's high-tech, this holographic image was as though it was real. Realistic. Shen Ying was stunned. Yes. Lone Moon was even more impressed. And that monster just now, even the smell and sound were real. Father, no. Shen Ying suddenly stood up and snatched the fruit from his hand. You don't think these are fake, do you? Lone Moon looked at her strangely. Isn't this a holographic online game? It's an online game, but it's not holographic. Not holographic. Don't tell me it's true. He stopped mid-sentence and took a deep breath. F***CK. We're not on Earth. Yes. Where is this place? Area C, Planet A8726. That optical computer of yours is, teleportation device. Is everything here real? Yeah. Didn't you F*King say this is a game? This is the game planet. He thought about the operation interface that he had just seen. If this is a game, then if I die here, I can revive. The Interstellar Alliance will issue a death notice. Flips table. How is this King game? Game my ass. Are there games where you can't revive when you fight against real monsters? Furthermore, does your sister know that we teleported to this planet? Shining stiffened. A moment later, she said, don't mind the details. Details my ass. Do you know that you're courting death? She waved her wristband. There's a teleportation device. Instant reply. Suspicious face. JPG, wait a minute. He suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say that no one could pass the newbie test just now? Why did I see such a huge monster? Ordinary people would not be able to deal with such a monster. This might have something to do with your rating. The newbie test is based on your rating. It's different for everyone. Shining opened a screen and all of Loneman's data appeared in it. The last item said that his initial rating was SSS. What level are 3 S's? Lone Moon stared blankly. When Shinjing helped them check, it seemed to show this level too. Are all Earthlings this level? No. Shining shook her head. Then, she opened another data. This is the rating for ordinary people on Earth. Lone Moon looked at the last item and saw that it said, F. What the hell was with that row of minus signs? Was this a joke? Wait, if the values of Earthlings were so low, why was his so high? You're not helping me cheat, are you? Shining shook her head. These are your values. Why did it turn out like this? Lone Moon was stunned. I can't beat that monster with my current strength. And if not for the fire elemental skills that come with this game, I would have died. There are no skills that come with the game. Nonsense, I clearly used it just now. If it's not from the game, could it be that I? Lone Moon was shocked. His eyes widened. You're not going to say that I brought my cultivation to this world, are you? Shining gave him a look as if she was looking at an idiot. You haven't used any spells since you came back. How can that be? I sensed it the first day I came back. I couldn't sense any spirit chi or immortal chi in this world. There isn't any here. Right, then why, wait a minute. He was stunned. Immortal chi didn't seem to have anything to do with cultivation. When cultivators use spells, they use the chi in their bodies. In other words, it didn't affect their cultivation. They just couldn't increase it. Elation surged in his heart. He waved his hand and summoned a sword spell. In an instant, a sky full of swords appeared. Lone Moon, he felt like he had picked up a treasure. Shining, Can we still go back to the newbie zone and whip the corpse of that little monster? Damn it. If he had known that he had cultivation, he wouldn't have been afraid of newbie monsters. King retard. Lone Moon wanted to ask more about this game planet, but Shining directly sent him a bunch of information. They were all game guides for newbies. Lone Moon looked at it for a while before he understood a little. Just like Shining said, this was really a game planet. But it was like a real person. There was no resurrection, no red or blue potions, no monster drops. But there were ranking points and monster attributes. There were all kinds of races on the planet, as well as all kinds of interstellar monsters. The entire planet was divided into 6 zones, from F to A, as well as high-risk Zone S. The monsters that grew there were divided according to their levels. F zone was the weakest, and S zone was the strongest. They were now in S zone. The monster that Lone Moon met in the new B zone was the special S-grade ice rock beast of the game planet. Once the monster died, it would automatically be marked as belonging to the player who killed it. The player could choose to sell it to the game company or deal with it themselves. And the skills that the player used to kill monsters depended on the special characteristics of the race. That meant that Lone Moon, who had the combat power of an S-grade, was a max-level player from the start. Father Nyo, let's go kill the rankings. Shining suddenly suggested. Kill the rankings. Lone Moon, who had roughly understood the operation, thought for a while and tapped on his wristband. 4 to 5 rankings appeared in an instant. They were all the data and rankings of different types of players. You mean this? Yes. Shining nodded vigorously. The points from killing monsters can be exchanged for star coins. Then they could buy more food. Why did he feel like there was a trap somewhere? Chapter 282. Lone Moon frowned and looked carefully at the rankings and the introductions below. I took a look just now. An S-class monster is worth 100 to 10,000 points each. He pointed to the number 100 under his name. This happens to be Zone S, and the person in first place on the leaderboard has 3 million points. In other words, we have to kill at least 230 top S-rank monsters to surpass the first place and reach the top. You can do it. Shining gave him a thumbs up. Father Nyo is 3S rank. Lone Moon's eyes darkened. He turned back to look at her suspiciously. Why don't you go yourself? If my cultivation can be preserved, then your cheat should still be there, right? It's all because of Father Nyo. You're just F*King lazy, aren't you? Are you sure that the strongest beast on this planet is only S-class? No problem. Shining patted her chest. Why did he feel that these words were so unreliable? Lone Moon turned and looked around. He hesitated for a moment before standing up. Let's go. Forget it. Since they were already here, they might as well experience the customs of an alien planet. Just now, he had taken a look at the S-class monster, which was equivalent to a 10th grade magical beast in the immortal world. With his cultivation, dealing with a dozen of them was no problem at all. Moreover, he had Cheat Shin with him. As he spoke, he directly pulled the man up on his sword and flew towards the dangerous area marked on the map. He could not help but feel a little excited. After all, he was a peak expert of this world. He wanted to test the strength of those at the top of the food chain. Not long after he flew out of the safe zone, a red exclamation mark flashed before his eyes, and a notification instantly rang in his ears. Warning, S-class exotic beast discovered ahead. As expected of high technology, there was even a monster radar. Lone Moon landed and summoned his immortal sword, waiting for the monster to appear. Sure enough, in less than 3 breaths of time, the figure of a monster appeared in the distance. 2 monsters, 20 monsters, several hundred monsters, Lone Moon, Shining, for all, Ngungo, why are there so many? Crash. Why didn't you tell me that S-class monsters live in groups? I thought you knew. What the hell do you know? Lone Moon had the urge to tear the cheater beside him apart. You don't feel comfortable if you cheat me. This number, it was clearly a beast tide. It was no wonder that they hadn't encountered any other players along the way. No one had dared to come here and court death. Looking at the approaching monster, Lone Moon gritted his teeth and said without hesitation, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was about to take off on his sword. Wait. Shining pointed to the sky. There are some in the sky too. In the next moment, with a few swooshes, a group of densely packed figures appeared in the sky. Lone Moon. Damn it, I really want to break up. The herd of beasts was already nearing. Lone Moon had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush in. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. He didn't know if these so-called beasts were really just extraterrestrial animals. Although there were many of them, they couldn't compare to the demonic beasts in the cultivation world. They didn't have any intelligence at all. It was much easier to deal with them than a real beast tide. For a moment, all he could hear was the sound of points being transferred into his account. In less than an hour, he had reached the top of the leaderboard, and it was still increasing. But, no matter how easy it was, he couldn't handle hundreds and thousands of beasts pouncing on him. Go on, Father Nyo. Add your sister. Lone Moon turned back and glared at her. Wait, don't tell me you've been following behind me without moving. At your head. Help me. If you don't help, we're going to die. I can't help, why? Lone Moon faltered. Then, the next beast was already rushing over. He slashed down with his sword and urged loudly, I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. Oh. Shining sighed and took the sword from his hand. She swung it in front of her. Instantly, a white light broke through the sky. There was a series of swooshing sounds. The S-grade beasts that were originally as dense as ants were cut in half at the waist. All destroyed in an instant. The surroundings, which had been filled with all kinds of roars, suddenly quieted down. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. The array around him dimmed. Shining handed the sword back and suddenly pointed to the sky. Because of this. What? Lone Moon faltered. Before he could react, there was a sudden ding from the sky. It spread throughout the entire planet like a heavenly sound. A monotonous, mechanical voice came down. Ding. A large-scale abnormal clearing phenomenon has been detected. Confirmed users, Shining, Father Nyo, have brought a weapon of mass destruction into the game planet. This action has seriously affected the game's balance. These two users are now being reverted. They are prohibited from entering Area S for 2 months. In the next moment, Lone Moon saw the points on the light screen on his right. With a whoosh, it went from a few 100 million to a few hundred and then to tens of thousands. Finally, with a ding, it returned to the original 100 points. Lone Moon. Motherf asterisk cur. Let's not talk about clearing first. What the hell was that ID called Father Nyo? What the hell was Father Nyo doing? For the nth time, he wanted to break up. Where are we going? Lone Moon, who had been forcefully teleported to Area A, glanced at Shining who was walking in front of him. To the market. Shining nibbled on a fruit and turned back. Why are we going to the market? Lone Moon was stunned. Shining stopped in her tracks and turned back with a serious expression. Father Nyo, I've analyzed it. The failure just now was because we only had a strong DPS output but no support. Wasn't the failure just now because you cheated and got caught? You even implicated him. So we're going to form a healer. What the hell? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He thought about it carefully. According to the game's routine, having a healer was indeed more secure. With Xin Ying's ability to be judged as a 100% cheat, she could do nothing but watch the show from the side. Although his battle strength was high, his energy consumption was a big problem. He was not a pervert like Chef, the kind who would risk his life in a fight. If there had been a healer by the side to heal the beast horde just now, he would not have had to revert because of Shining. Is there really a race called a healer in the galaxy? Lone Moon expressed his doubt. The game information just now said that this game did not have any game skills at all. In other words, the people who came in all relied on their own strength to kill monsters. Even if there were some with special abilities, it was just a special characteristic of the alien race. Just like the black race, they could become invisible at night. Don't worry, it's all right. Hearing her say that, he became even more worried. What was going on? Chapter 283. 30 minutes later. The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. This is the nanny you're looking for. That's right. That's not right, isn't this just a tree? He scanned the tray ant in front of him from head to toe. The trunk was as wide as a human, with a head full of green leaves, and there were willow branches that swayed with the wind. From time to time, it even used the branches on both sides to push the leaves to the back of the trunk. Great, it's a mother tree. Shining, what's this? A close relative of radish. Lone Moon pulled Shining over and lowered his voice. Tray ant planet, Shining explained. It knows wood elemental healing spells? No. Water elemental? No. Then it's not as good as radish. Lone Moon glared at her. Don't worry, the tray ant planet is a rare race in the galaxy. It has a very special racial talent and has S-grade combat power. It's very hard to find one. Didn't you say it's a nanny? Yes. Shining nodded, then turned to look at the tray ant behind her, giving her an encouraging look, as if asking her to show off. The female tray ant smiled and really took 2 steps forward. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists by her side. Her whole body tensed up and even her body arched, as if she was using all her strength. Lone Moon was shocked and could not help but widen his eyes. Could it be that this tray ant really had amazing abilities? The Trent's expression became tenser and tenser, its body also arched like a shrimp, getting lower and lower. The green leaves on its head suddenly shone with a green light, and in the next moment, its body suddenly straightened. With a whoosh, the layers of green leaves on its head suddenly grew a tree full of fruits. Straight-faced the tray ant smiled brightly and plucked the fruits, then handed them to Shining beside her. Want some? Shining handed a red one over. Lone Moon, Flip's table. This is the so-called nanny. You just want to bring a mobile fruit stall, right? For all, an hour later. Are you sure that this monster in Zone A has 100,000 points? Lone Moon pointed to the cave in front of them and asked. Yes, yes, yes. This is the #1 monster in Zone A on the bounty list. Shining brought up a light screen and pointed. Indeed, it was displayed as an A+ grade beast. Only one, no others. No. There's no beast tied or anything like that. Absolutely not. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. Lone Moon then conjured a wind seal. Instantly, it turned into several wind blades and flew into the cave. Not long after, there was movement inside. With a roar, the ground shook, and a huge airflow came out from inside. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Lone Moon's heart tightened and he took a few steps back. It looked like a big guy. He immediately set up a defensive formation around him, gripped his sword tightly, and stared at the entrance of the cave. The black shadow was getting closer and closer, and he could faintly hear a strange rustling noise. After a while, a long slug appeared at the entrance of the cave. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He looked at the soft, jelly-like, translucent little monster on the ground in disbelief. Was this the monster that ranked first on the bounty list in Area A? A woo! The monster let out a non-threatening roar at him. Lone Moon frowned. Alright, Shining did not trick him this time. It was really just a small monster in Area A. He casually struck it with his sword, and with a loud crack, the jelly was smashed into 5 or 6 pieces. Let's go. Lone Moon turned and waved at Shining. He was just about to keep his sword. Suddenly, a series of roars came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw 4 or 5 soft slugs pouncing on him. What was going on? Lone Moon was stunned. He subconsciously struck out a few more sword auras, smashing the slugs again. However, the splattered pieces of flesh wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a new monster. In an instant, the ground was surrounded by dozens of identical slugs. This was, Shining, didn't you say that there was only one monster? Just now, it was one. One my ass. Why didn't you say that it could split? I just found out too. Damn you. The small monsters on the ground were already moving towards them. Some even arched their bodies and leaped towards them. However, they were repelled by the array around Lone Moon. In an instant, they split into 2 halves, and then immediately turned into 2 new monsters. In less than 10 minutes, the few of them were surrounded by densely packed monsters. These monsters could not be attacked forcefully. Otherwise, there would only be more and more of them. Shining, the only group attacker, could not attack. What should they do? Lone Moon's heart sank. Suddenly, he remembered that they had another person in their group. He turned to look at the healer behind them. That tree. Before he could finish speaking, they heard the sound of digging. The tree man who had been following behind them just now had dug a big hole and jumped in at lightning speed. He waved his branches and buried the entire tree tightly. Lone Moon, Shining, MMP. Fu *K, wasn't it supposed to be a rare race? Was it that rare to see one? Perhaps it was too obvious that he had betrayed his teammate. The ground arched, and with a grunt, a red fruit rolled out. The 2 of them, did this count as giving them a mouthful of milk? This was not a gaming planet. This was AF * King retarded planet. Lone Moon and Shining finally completed this reward mission, although it took them a whole 2 hours. Just as the split slug was about to bury the 2 of them, he realized that these small monsters were actually afraid of thunder. He immediately made a decision and swept over with a lightning spell. Instantly, the entire ground was filled with a thick burnt smell. Not a single monster was left. The system screen beside him also made a ding sound. It showed, reward mission completed. The points below also jumped to 50,100 with a jingle. The other 50,000 points were in the account of his teammate Shining, who had been watching the whole thing and only accidentally stepped on one. As for the tree man who had been idling the whole time, he had no output at all. He did not gain any points. Where to next? Lone Moon looked at Shining. After thinking for a moment, he immediately opened the ranking list. He decided to look at it himself. Offline, go home. Lone Moon turned to look at her in surprise. You're not going to kill the ranking? Shining sighed. I'm so tired. If he continued playing, Big Sis would find out. Tired my ass. Wasn't he always the one fighting the monsters? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He looked at the time beside him. Thinking of something, he did not object and directly pressed the logout button beside him. In the next moment, a stream of light flashed past them. They had already returned to the house that was less than 70 square meters. He looked at the bracelet on his hand called optical computer. For a moment, he did not know how to react. He really went to another planet. He subconsciously activated his immortal chi. Instantly, a ball of fire appeared in his palm. It seemed like Shining was right. It was not just on the gaming planet. His cultivation was indeed always there. Chapter 284. Lone Moon and Shining stayed at home for 5 to 6 days, but Shinjing still did not return. After firmly rejecting Shinying's game invitation, Shining, who did not have a criminal partner, could only continue playing her original box game. Father Nyo, on the other hand, was fascinated by the star web technology, and had been studying the various operations of the wristband. I'm so hungry. Shining sprawled on the sofa like mud, completely losing the energy she had when she was playing. Father Nyo, are you sure you don't want to try the private cuisine I mentioned? Get lost. Lone Moon rolled his eyes, and his expression darkened. He picked up the phone on the table again, and ordered a bunch of takeaways, treating it as payment for the accommodation fee. He turned to look at a certain foodie and frowned. He did not know when Shen Jing would return. An awkward feeling flashed across his heart. He had always thought that Shen Ying's mouth would never be idle because she was born to be a foodie, in addition to her terrifying cheat-like abilities, so he did not even consider whether there was something wrong with her body. Shen Ying was also someone who did not care. If Shen Jing did not see it, perhaps no one would ever notice, and might even advise her to eat less. No, perhaps Chef sensed it, so once it was mealtime, he did not hesitate to go into the kitchen to cook. He clearly paid extra attention to her every move, but never worried that she would eat too much. Lone Moon felt a rising sense of guilt in his heart, suddenly feeling that he was a little neglectful as a father, should he read more books like parenting guides. Oink oink oink, the takeaways had not arrived yet. Lone Moon took out the cake he ordered in the morning from the fridge, planning to fill Shen Ying's stomach first. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds sounded in the house, like an alarm, and the wristband that he had not taken off also went numb. Plane alert. Shen Ying, who was lying on the sofa like a dead fish, suddenly stood up. She walked quickly to the table in front of her, not knowing where she touched. Instantly, a light screen popped up, only to see a familiar blue planet appear on it. This is Earth? Little Ying. In the next moment, a male voice suddenly sounded, another light screen lit up in the air, and a man in a blue uniform appeared on the screen. Uncle. Kaitian. Shen Ying was stunned. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. I've told you many times to call me Big Brother. Am I that old? The person on the screen shook his head. You saw the alarm just now, right? Shen Ying nodded. I know you are on leave now, but that position is closest to you. I can't leave Zone T right now. Can I trouble you to take a look? I'm not going. Don't be like that, Little Ying. Colleagues should help each other and love each other. There is no love in overtime. Little Ying. Kai Tian looked like he was on the verge of tears. He seemed to have thought of something. Gritting his teeth, he said, Star Chen's new online game qualifies for internal testing. Deal. Send me the coordinates. Shen Ying quickly clicked on the screen. Within seconds, a set of data was sent over. This data is a little strange. There's no similar or identical data before this. You have to be careful. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The other party nodded, and the image disappeared in a flash. Only then did Lone Moon walk over curiously. Who was that? My older sister's other assistant, Shen Ying replied casually. After thinking for a moment, she added, my colleague. How many assistants does your older sister have? Why did it feel like the so-called plane management was actually a huge organization? Just 2. Shen Ying said as she checked the data. Under normal circumstances, there are no assistants, but Kai Tian's situation is a little special. Special? He doesn't belong to this plane, but for some reason, his plane coordinates can't be opened. My older sister had to let him stay for now. Lone Moon nodded and turned to look at her. What about you? Me? Shen Ying faltered. She said righteously, of course I got in through the back door. Did she have to be so open and above board? All right. Shen Ying closed the data in front of her and turned to Lone Moon. Father Nyo, let's go on a trip. Lone Moon rolled his eyes and exposed her. You just don't know the way, do you? Normally, plane alarms would only be triggered when something happened somewhere that affected the stability of the entire plane. For example, space storms, space-time turbulence, plane invasion and so on. These situations could only be sensed by the plane manager. But it was clear that the manager of this plane with the surname Shin was quite impressive. She directly created this alarm system. Once she discovered something abnormal, it would be reported. Lone Moon was worried as he flew on his sword in the direction of the map. This was not the immortal cultivation world, it was the modern world. Although Shining often unconsciously looked down on the technology on Earth, if he flew randomly on his sword, he might accidentally be detected by a radar and be bombed as an intruder. He wouldn't even have a place to cry at that time. Fortunately, Shining did not get disconnected this time. The simplified optical computer that she gave him could indeed block all detection. Even if they met a few planes on the way, it could activate the automatic invisibility function. It was much more useful than any aura-concealing talisman. For some reason, he felt a sense of pride for having such high technology. It's here, right? Lone Moon looked down at the endless sea and stopped. Shining checked the data and nodded. It's here. Why is there nothing? It's not time yet. Shining gestured for him to fly down and stop on a small island below. She tapped on the wristband on her hand. Instantly, a light screen popped up in front of them. Rows of data appeared. At the top was a countdown timer. There were less than 5 minutes left. Shin Ying's fingers moved like shadows on the light screen. Rows of data flashed across the light screen. Strange. She suddenly frowned. What's wrong? This data doesn't seem like a space or spacetime disturbance. What do you mean? This is a plane invasion. Something is coming. Shin Ying's expression darkened. She pointed to the sky. Indeed, in the next moment, there was a distortion in front of them. The empty space seemed to be about to be broken open by something. A huge bulge appeared. It's coming out. Shining hurriedly took a few steps back. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious. Even Lone Moon could not help but feel nervous. What could it be? I don't know either. If it's from other planes, it's possible that it could directly destroy the entire plane. Then what should we do? Rush back, or disappear it? Lone Moon's heart sank. He instantly summoned his immortal sword. His hands did not stop. One array after another appeared in the surroundings. One look and he knew it was not something good. The distortion in the space became more and more intense. The countdown timer at the side was also nearing its end. Finally, it was below 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 285. With a loud bang, the space in front of them seemed to be torn open by someone. A huge aura came towards them, bringing with it scorching warmth. In the next moment, a flame broke through the air, bringing with it an aura that could burn everything. Even the seawater below them started to burn. The sword array in Lone Moon's hand rose up, and the sky full of sword rain attacked. Before they could attack the plane gap, a huge golden sword appeared, and the overwhelming sword chi was pushed back, and the sword rain in the sky immediately fell like rain. Quite powerful. His expression darkened, and he was about to summon his sword intent. Wait! Shining, who was beside him, suddenly pulled him back. What's wrong? He looked up, and saw a person slowly walking out of the torn gap, an extremely disheveled figure. His hair was messy, and he was covered in blood. His body was covered with deep wounds, and one of his hands was hanging weakly by his side. His eyes were stained with blood, and he looked at them from afar. Instantly, his eyes became misty, and the crazed look in his eyes softened, revealing a familiar expression. Chef! Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, the bloody figure flashed and landed in front of the two of them. He reached out and pulled Shining into his arms. A low voice sounded in their ears, with a strong sense of grievance. Master, with that said, as if he had used up the last bit of energy, his body loosened, and he slid down against Shining. Seeing that he was about to fall, Shining subconsciously grabbed him and helped him up. He fainted. Lone Moon pulled his hand, and anxiously checked his meridians. His face paled instantly, and he cursed, "Holy shit, he's injured like this, and he's still alive." He turned back to look at the rift in the sky that had disappeared. How did he get here? Let's go back first. Shining said in a low voice, and turned to point at something. Instantly, a rift opened up beside the two of them, and they could faintly see the familiar room inside. Lone Moon immediately helped Chef up, who was like a broken doll on the ground, and went through. In the blink of an eye, they were back in that room. Wait, don't put him there, come in with me. Lone Moon was just about to place her on the sofa when Shining pointed to the room beside her and walked in first. It was the same empty room as last time, but this time, there was a rectangular table in the middle. Put Chef up there. Shining pointed to the center. Lone Moon immediately helped her up. Instantly, a red light swept across the stage. At the same time, rows of data appeared on top. Shining didn't say anything. She just directly operated on the screen. The screen began to light up with various colored lights. With each stroke, Chef's expression became a little better. The scars on his body that seemed to be able to break his immortal bones also began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lone Moon also looked nervously at Chef, who was barely breathing. The room quietened down instantly, and only the sound of the continuous beeping of data could be heard. Looking at Chef's injuries, he knew that it would be very difficult to treat. What's more, there was no immortal chi or spirit chi in this world, so there was nothing he could do. Shen Ying's fingers did not stop moving. Her expression was solemn, as if she was performing a major surgery. She focused all her attention on the operation. She only stopped after a full day and night. His condition has been stabilized. Shen Ying's expression softened. Then, she turned to look at Lone Moon behind her. Her tense shoulders then collapsed out of habit. Next, we just have to wait for him to wake up. Lone Moon nodded. He glanced at the unconscious Chef and found that his complexion had indeed improved. He was no longer as pale as a piece of white paper. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He turned and walked to the door. Then let's go out and wait for him to wake up. Sigh, all of them were so worrisome. Shining was just about to follow when she suddenly felt the corner of her clothes tighten. She looked down and realized that Chef had grabbed the corner of her clothes unknowingly. He was clearly unconscious, but he was holding on very tightly. His blood-stained fingers dyed the entire corner of her clothes a glaring red. What's the matter? Seeing that she did not move, Lone Moon turned back. Shining was just about to pull his hand away when she paused. Slowly, she retracted her hand. I have to stay here to monitor his data. You can go out first. With that said, she turned and tapped on the screen. Instantly, a floating cushion appeared beside her. She sat down directly and began to scan large amounts of data. Lone Moon did not mind. He could not help here anyway. He directly turned and went back to the living room. This time, Chef slept for a whole 5 days and 6 nights. Shining was almost suspecting that there was something wrong with the treatment device. Only then did she feel the treatment table beside her shake. In the next moment, she felt a warmth on her left cheek. A slightly trembling hand brushed over it. Moss, Ter. Chef stared straight at her with wide eyes. His eyes were misty, as if he was about to cry in the next moment. Xinying's heart sank for no reason. Then she opened her mouth and said, "You're awake." She coughed and shook off that strange uncomfortable feeling. She turned and opened the communication device in the living room. "Father No, Chef is awake." Almost instantly, the room door opened with a bang. Lone Moon blew in like the wind. "Chef is awake. Are you all right?" He sized up the person sitting on the treatment table and let out a long sigh of relief. "Why do you always get yourself into this state? What's going on this time? Let me tell you, this is not the world over there. If you die here, we can't do anything about it." But I Ching still only looked at Xining, as if he did not hear Lone Moon's words at all. After a while, he held Xinying's hand with some grievance and nervousness. "Master, I couldn't find you. I searched the entire 3 realms, and couldn't find you." His voice was especially low, as if he was holding something fragile. If he was not careful, it would break. "Don't you need me anymore?" Lone Moon looked at the person in front of him. This was the first time he saw Chef so fragile. His heart ached for no reason. His accusatory tone instantly softened. "Cough. Well, this is our fault. But we were sent back too suddenly. There was no time to inform you. It's all that Godfiend's fault." Thinking of this, he wanted to go back and beat him up. "Let's go out and talk." Xining stood up. I Ching, who was beside her, looked up as she moved. His body subconsciously tensed up, as if he was afraid that she would disappear. She stopped in her tracks and turned to hold his hand. She directly led him out. I Ching was especially obedient the whole time. He followed her step by step. Every step he took seemed to be measured in advance. He was afraid that he would lose her just like that. "How on earth did you get hurt like this?" Lone Moon looked at him suspiciously. Seeing that his whole body was covered in dried blood, he frowned. He turned to find a set of clothes and threw them over. "Change your clothes first. Your Dharma robe is useless now. And you can't wear this here." Chapter 286. I Ching subconsciously took it and looked at the clothes in his hands, then at Xining beside him. He stood there without moving. "Why are you looking at her?" Lone Moon's mouth twitched. "Can she still help you change?" He still did not move, but his expression became more and more tense. Xining looked at him and suddenly said, "I'm not leaving." I Ching's expression relaxed a little. He tugged at the few pieces of cloth in his hands, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What is this? Why are the clothes in sections?" He forgot that Chef was not from this world. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He took the clothes from his hands and glanced at Xining on the sofa. He turned and directly pulled her into the toilet at the side. "Come in." With that said, he closed the door with a bang, blocking a certain person's view. From time to time, there were some discussions inside. Take off your pants too." "Why?" "Just take it off when I tell you to." So much nonsense. What are you dawdling for? And your underwear. Oh. Bend down a little, raise your legs higher. Raise them higher, how can I move if you don't raise them higher? Are you done? All right. Come closer. If you can't stand properly, support me. This thing of yours, it's so tight. You're not even afraid of pain, what are you afraid of? Bear with it. Xining outside the door, she felt like she heard something dirty. The two of them struggled for nearly 20 minutes before coming out of the toilet. I Ching had already changed completely. He was clearly wearing the same white shirt as Lone Moon. Father Nyo was a domineering CEO with "I'm very rich" written all over him, but I Ching was like a young man who had just left school. His whole body exuded a fresh and sunny aura, like a boy next door who was not good with words. I Ching tugged at the shirt on his body awkwardly. His gaze instantly fixed on Shining, as if he could not move away from her. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master." It's getting late. Are you hungry? Do you want me to make a few dishes? Lone Moon. Shining, did he have to get into work so quickly? Unexpectedly, Shining did not agree. She continued to nibble on the apple as she glanced at his long hair. Patting the sofa beside her, she said, "Come here for a while." Without hesitation, I Ching quickly walked over to them. "Squat down." "Master." She took out a black rubber band from the coffee table and pointed behind him. "Hair." I Ching paused, then instantly understood. He obediently squatted in front of her, hugging his knees and curling himself into a ball. He felt her fingers smoothing his hair over and over again, as if she was smoothing his emotions. He suddenly felt as if his heart had been hollowed out, and only anxiousness and despair remained when he was still unable to find a single trace of her in these past few thousand years. Even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched as he watched the two of them combing their hair. There was a sour smell in the air, and after smelling it for a long time, he felt a little full. "Chef, how on earth did you come to this world?" Lone Moon changed the topic. I Ching's expression darkened. After a while, he said in a low voice, "I couldn't find you, so I returned to the immortal world and found the God Fiend. I asked him to help me open the realm gate." "He would help you?" Lone Moon expressed his doubt. That grandson was very cunning. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word of truth. He was a classic example of burning bridges after crossing the river. If not for him, how could they have been directly teleported back? He indeed did not agree. I Ching frowned. "So I could only fight him." Lone Moon's eyes widened. "The injuries on your body were caused by him." Awesome! He actually dared to challenge the ancient god of creation alone. "That's not it." I Ching shook his head. "These were caused by the turbulence inside when I passed through the realm gate." "What turbulence?" Lone Moon subconsciously turned to look at Shining. "We didn't see any turbulence when we came back." "We didn't." Shining tugged at I Ching's hair as she said, "We were originally from this side. We won't be repelled by the plane." Chef had forced his way in. Even if the gate was opened, he would still be attacked by the turbulence. "So that's why." Lone Moon nodded. He looked at I Ching again. He felt that he was different from before, but he could not tell what was different. "You're now a divine supreme." Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe. Only then did he notice that his cultivation had increased a lot. It seemed to be even higher than the previous Hongyu. No. More accurately speaking, the feeling that he gave off was somewhat similar to the God Fiend from before. If not for the fact that he had just recovered from his injuries, Lone Moon would not have been able to withstand the suppressive force that I Ching casually released. What's more, I Ching no longer looked like a child. "You fought the God Fiend?" "Not really." I Ching's expression darkened. At the end of the battle, he could not even tell who won and who lost. "Then why did he open the gate for you?" "Maybe because I went there more often." "More often?" Lone Moon's mouth twitched. "How many times did you fight him?" "Hundreds of times." He could not remember clearly. So he went there every day to find people to fight. Wait a minute. Could it be that the God Fiend was annoyed by Chef, so he opened the plane door and sent him over? Later, I met Shorty. She fought with me, and the God Fiend agreed to open the door to the other world. Mengpa. A strange expression flashed across Lonman's face. Why, did she help you? I don't know either. But when we returned to the immortal world and attracted the god fiend, it was all thanks to her help. Otherwise, he might not even know where the god fiend was. Lone Moon clenched his fists. For a moment, he could not understand why Mengpo wanted to help I Ching. Like the god fiend, she was one of the three ancient gods of creation. She should be on the god fiend's side. What's more, when they were suddenly sent back, she knew about it and agreed with the god fiend. But why did she help I Ching this time? Was she shorty or Mengpa? Chef! Shining suddenly spoke. How long have we been gone? I Ching paused. Even his body trembled. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, 3,000 years. What? Lone Moon was shocked. Although he knew that time passed differently in the other world, he did not expect it to take so long. But they didn't expect that so much time had passed. This meant that Chef had been looking for them all these years. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Although Chef looked normal on the surface, he did not give up looking for them for so many years, and even chased them all the way to this plane. Lone Moon could not imagine how he lived all these years. Fortunately, I succeeded. I Ching did not seem to mind at all. He leaned slightly back against Shining, looking satisfied. As long as he found Master, it was good. But now that he found her, all these years were worth it. Shinying's hand paused. After a moment, she continued combing. Chapter 287. Lone Moon glanced at Chef and sighed. Don't worry, God Fiend, that little bastard, I'll go back and deal with him one day. As long as Master is here. I Ching had no intention of taking revenge. Anywhere is fine. Hey, can't you have some principles? He smelled something sour again. Shinying's sister should be able to send us back soon. Lone Moon could only look at Shining. Right? Huh? That might not be the case. What huh? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Don't you want to go back and teach that god fiend a lesson? So troublesome my ass, can you not be lazy at this time? The injured one is your disciple. Also, what the hell are you doing? You spent half a day combing your hair, and you tied 2 ponytails for a big man like Chef, is that appropriate? It's quite good. Good my ass. It hurts my eyes, okay. I think it's quite good too. You're bragging, shut up. Lone Moon felt that I Ching had really become an immortal chef, no, a cooking god. Although they had only been back for slightly more than a month, after 3,000 years, his skills had not deteriorated at all. Even the kitchen utensils that had accumulated a layer of dust in Shinying's house, he only had to briefly explain them once and he could use them smoothly. He was much faster than learning about swordsmanship. The few of them ate for a full 2 hours before they finished all the dishes on the table. Lone Moon was just about to introduce the basic situation of this world to Chef when suddenly there was a familiar beep from inside the house. It was Shinjing's message. It's my sister, hide. Shining threw her chopsticks and turned her head. Why? Lone Moon faltered, not understanding why she said that. Stop talking nonsense, hurry. With that said, she stuffed the 2 of them under the table out of habit. Lone Moon, wait, why did he have to lie down too? Little Ing. Shinjing's voice sounded in the house. Sister. Shining immediately stood up straight. I've already checked on the problem with your body, I haven't found the answer, but it shouldn't have any negative effects. Yes. But I've contacted the plane that you went to, a similar plane manager. I want her to help you take a look at the situation, Shenjing said in a low voice. When I'm done with the things on hand, I'll bring you over. All right, big sister. Shening nodded. Get ready. Don't run around. No problem, sis. Yes. Just as Shenjing was about to cut off the communication, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, I sensed that you directly activated the space transmission just now. The distance is very close, and it's even to your home. What's so urgent? Ah. She stiffened. It's nothing. I just got lost and wanted to go home. Really? Shenjing's eyes narrowed. Why didn't you teleport back when you were lost a few galaxies away? I'm hungry now. She immediately changed the topic to her mutated body. Oh. Shenjing nodded. Then can you explain to me who the man lying on the left under your table is? He could even see that. She had clearly blocked other perspectives. Unexpectedly, Shenjing was not as angry as she was the last time. She only raised her eyebrows and said, I haven't seen you bring a man home for so many years. You brought 2 back from this area. This is considered eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Lone Moon in the bowl, I Ching in the pot, Shening frowned. Sis, he's not my boyfriend. Father Nyo wasn't either. Oh. Shenjing's eyes darkened, as if she had seen through everything. Since he's not, then why did you use the space transmission? Shening lowered her head at once. She had no choice but to confess. He came from the previous plane. Shenjing's expression darkened instantly. She glanced at Chef who had crawled out from under the table. Her eyes were as cold as ice. That means, he's an intruder. Sis, listen to me, shut up. Shenjing's voice became even colder. The way she looked at Shening was like a knife that was about to poke out of the screen. Even Lone Moon trembled subconsciously. Did you go out to train your guts? Stay here obediently. I'll be right back. With that said, the screen dimmed before anyone could react. Lone Moon felt nervous for no reason. Shenjing's expression was completely different from when she first discovered him. It was as if she was really angry. Shening, what does your sister mean? He couldn't help but ask. Shenying's expression darkened. All those who invade the plane without permission are unstable factors that need to be eliminated. Eliminated? She wouldn't really kill Chef, would she? Lone Moon's heart tightened. For some reason, he just felt that if Shenjing wanted to make a move, Shening wouldn't be able to stop her. Then what should we do? Master. I Ching's expression also darkened. I came here voluntarily. If there's any punishment, I'm willing to accept it. I won't resist. You're crazy. Lone Moon exclaimed. Shenjing is the plane manager. I'm afraid you can't bear it at all. Forget it. Shening seemed to think of something. Her expression darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, if my sister really wants to make a move, I have another way. Maybe it can stop her. After all, he was her chef, her disciple. She had to try. If he died, so be it. Really? She should have said so earlier if she had a trump card. But looking at her cowardly face in front of Shenjing, why was she so untrustworthy? After all, she had lived under her sister's tyranny for so many years. Lone Moon didn't have time to ask in detail. In the next moment, the space in front of him twisted. Shenjing's figure instantly appeared in the layer. So, he's the disciple you took in the other world. Shenjing sat on the sofa alone. She glanced at the 3 people standing neatly in front of her. Yes. Shening nodded. Sister Shenjing, Chef chased after us because of us. And he didn't know that he needed your permission to travel through plains. Lone Moon also explained immediately. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Why don't you forget it? Forget it? Shenjing laughed coldly. The cold air on her body swept over. Do you think plane invasion is such a simple thing? Do you know how much this will affect the plane? How much mess do I have to clean up? But he didn't do it on purpose. Just say that he didn't do it on purpose. Shenjing stood up directly. Her gaze was even colder. She stabbed the three of them like a knife. This precedent cannot be set. If anyone can burrow into my plane, then this world is finished. Little Ing, they don't understand. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic. I understand. And this one too. Shenjing suddenly turned to look at Lone Moon. Me? Lone Moon's heart jumped. His back broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. Chapter 288. Do you think I don't know about the messed up data you brought back from the alternate plane? Lone Moon was shocked. Data? His cultivation level. Although your transmigration was not of your own accord, if you continue like this, it will still have unpredictable effects on this world. Shenjing glanced at him. I just don't have time to deal with you for now. Don't forget, apart from being Shenying's older sister, I'm also the manager of this plane. She took a few steps forward, each step seemed to be stepping on their hearts, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness, causing them to lower their heads subconsciously, as if facing the highest existence of this world that they could not resist. Whether it's an invader or messed up data, I will not allow it to exist. Anything that affects the stability of the plane, I will absolutely not allow it to exist. The moment she said that, Lone Moon felt something pressing down on him, and subconsciously took a step back. If not for Shenying holding him, Lone Moon would have knelt down directly. At this moment, he really realized what a manager was. She clearly did nothing, but he felt a special pressure coming from his divine perception, and even his cultivation was about to dissipate uncontrollably. Older sister. Shenying suddenly spoke, and Lone Moon's whole body relaxed, breaking free from that invisible pressure. He turned to look at Chef beside him, and found that he was in the same situation as him. Don't call me. Shenjing turned back and glared at him. What have I taught you since young? Have you forgotten all about it? I haven't forgotten. Shenying lowered her head even more. Haven't forgotten. Look at what you've done. I asked you to help me manage the plane, and this is how you help. Shenjing became even more furious, cold air coming out of her whole body. I thought that after a few days out, you would know to restore this person's data, and you even brought an invader back. The more she spoke, the colder her tone became, and her expression was one of exasperation. You've been out for a few days, you've become careless. You don't even listen to me anymore, do you? No. No. She laughed coldly, and directly brought up a light screen. All right then. This matter can't be delayed any longer, whether you want to eliminate or expel the invader, deal with it for me now. Also, erase this person's data immediately. Erase their memories while you're at it. Shenjing was serious. Lone Moon's heart tightened. He tugged at the corner of Shenying's clothes. What happened to the killer move? If not now, then when? The corner of Shenying's mouth twitched, and she gave him a meaningful look. After a while, he looked up and asked, Sis, do we really have to do this? What? Do you want me to do it myself? Shenjing's expression turned even colder. All right. Shenying suddenly sucked in a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. Gritting her teeth, she turned back to give Lone Moon and I Ching a warning look. Emphasizing every word, she said, don't laugh. Ha! Lone Moon did not understand what she meant. She took a step forward, and the expression on her face instantly changed. She blinked her eyes twice, and a layer of mist instantly appeared on them. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest, making a pitiful expression. In a second, she had transformed from a lazy otaku into a soft and cute girl. Even her voice rose by a few octaves, with a hint of coquettish tone. Sis, don't be so fierce, just listen to me this time. Promise Littling to let them go, okay? She puffed up her pink little face and blinked her eyes hard, as if there were thousands of stars in them. I will definitely listen to Sis in the future. Be good. For a moment, it was as if something was shooting out of her body. So very, very cute. Especially cute. Fatally cute. Oh, asterisk, Q. With a thud, something hit her chest. Her heart beat like a drum, and her breathing quickened. In an instant, she was hit by the fatal aura called cute. In the next second, I promise you. Shenjing's cold expression was like a flood that broke the dam. She hugged the person in front of her, pressed her into her arms, and rubbed her face crazily. I promise you, Sis will promise you anything. Who asked my littling to be so cute? Then, the two of them, anything. Anything is fine, Little Ying's happiness is the most important. Thank you sis, you're the best to littling. You're so cute, anything you say is right. Littling likes sis the most. Me too. You stopped acting like a spoiled child to me since we were 3 years old. Sis is so touched, my cute littling is finally back. What the hell? Lone Moon took a deep breath and pressed down on his pounding heart. Only then did he come back to his senses. As expected of a killer move, acting cute was too scary. Shen Ying's back was clearly facing them, but at that moment, he felt like he was about to lose his life. He faintly heard a special notification sound beside his ear. Ding! Shen Ying activated her killer move, acting cute. Ding! Shen Jing received a critical hit. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to not be implicated. This move was too much of a cheat, it was a shameless indiscriminate attack. Chef, Wait, Chef, what's wrong? Wake up. Why is your face so red? Is your injury not healed yet? Holy shit. Why is your nose bleeding? An hour later. Cough, since Littling is pleading on your behalf, I won't pursue the matter between the two of you for now. Shen Jing, who had finally returned to normal, coughed and returned to her noble and cool self. But even if I don't do anything, the two of you will still be rejected by this plane. The manager of your world did not respond, so I can't send you back directly. I can't be sure what will happen if you stay here. Can't you do what Kai Tian did and give us a permit first? Shen Ying asked. Do you think permits are cabbages that you can grow as many as you want? Shen Jing rolled her eyes. Shen Ying pouted. Older sister, Shen Jing stiffened, then her heart softened. Cough. It's not that we can't give them permits. But you have to have the ability to pass the test. Test. Lone Moon was stunned. Nowadays, even learning a foreign language requires a permit. Of course we have to take a permit too. Shen Jing glanced at the two of them. Both of your data are indeed very high, but it's not certain whether you can pass the test. So, did it mean that they needed to take a temporary residence permit? What kind of test? Let's take the job that we originally planned to give to Littling. She pulled up a screen. Instantly, 2 black and red planets appeared in front of the two of them. These 2 dead planets were infected by the alternate world during the space storm last time. Although there is no civilization on them, many animals and plants were affected. Choose a planet and use whatever method you use to get rid of the effects within a day. Then, I'll give you the right to enter the plane. Chapter 289. Alright. I Ching nodded and stood up. As long as he did not leave Master, anything was fine. Lone Moon and Shining exchanged a look and stood up as well. Oh, right. Shenjing suddenly added, Littling, you can't go. Why? You're in a special situation now. If you do it, there's no need for the test. Shining frowned and her voice softened. Sister, Shenjing's mouth twitched and her attitude changed instantly. Alright, you can go, but you can't do it yourself, understand? Alright, sister. No problem, sister. Lone Moon, Qing, he felt that Shenjing's cuteness buff had not worn off. This was a barren wasteland. The ground was scorched and all the living things seemed to be left with only the instinct to devour. They bit and gnawed at each other as if they would never stop. There were pieces of fresh or rotten meat all over the ground. The air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Lone Moon instantly understood why this was a dead planet. Apart from the fact that there was no one here, this was like the scene of a zombie movie. There was no sign of life at all. The moment he and Chef landed on the ground, they began to clean up the wild animals and plants around them. With their cultivation, it was not difficult to deal with these mindless monsters, but there were too many of them. Every time they killed one, another would pounce on them endlessly. Shining, how big is this planet? Lone Moon looked at the monsters gathering again and could not help but ask. Shining kicked the stone under her feet. Something flashed in her eyes before she answered, the size of more than 100 Earths. What? Lone Moon's eyes widened. How long were they going to take to clear this? Shenjing was tricking them. It was definitely true. If these animals and plants are all infected, we can't clean them all up in a day no matter what. More and more monsters gathered around them, and they seemed to be getting stronger. At first, they could barely find a place to land. Gradually, they could only fly into the air to rest temporarily. But even so, there were many monsters that could fly. What should we do? Fly that way. Shining suddenly pointed to the right. There should be clues we need there. Lone Moon was stunned. He slashed at the giant bird beside him and sped up without hesitation. After flying for more than an hour, there was already a huge flock of birds behind him. They did not seem to have any intention of giving up. What exactly are we looking for? Lone Moon could not help but ask. I'm looking for some information, Shining answered. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed in front of her. There. Lone Moon looked up and realized that there was a triangular building floating in the air in front of him. It looked like it was only a few square meters. It was silvery white on the outside, reflecting the sunlight. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it. What is this? An abandoned detection station, Shining replied, then directed Chef to fly over. No one knew how she did it, but a door instantly opened on the triangular building. Inside was a small space that could only fit 3 people. What are we doing here? Lone Moon looked confused. Looking for information about this planet. As he spoke, he suddenly tapped on the right corner of the wall. Instantly, a virtual image of the planet popped up. There were all sorts of data beside it that they could not understand. How did you know that there was information here? Lone Moon and I Ching were both shocked. The Star Alliance has a detection station on every planet in Area T, Shining answered casually. There's one on Earth too, but it's been blocked. This was also why she could connect to the star web. Although they did not understand, they felt that it was very impressive. Shining looked at the map and then at the data beside it. Then, she said, this is indeed an Or planet. What or planet? More than 80% of this planet is made up of ore like W9851, Shining explained. This kind of ore is very common in the galaxy. There are many of them on other planets too. That's why this detection station was abandoned. But W9851 ore is highly explosive. When it explodes, it will be very powerful and spread. You mean to say? Loneman's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what she meant. If we directly explode these ores, we can blow up this planet. Yes. Shining nodded. But there's a problem. What problem? The surface of this planet has already been infected by those animals and plants. The ores inside are buried very deep. My sister won't let me do it. Unless you directly cut open the surface and use a special bomb to detonate it, you won't be able to spread it to the entire planet. Then how thick is this surface? A few thousand meters. That thick? That was too scary. I'll go. I Ching suddenly spoke. You can't cut it open either. Before Lone Moon could finish, Chef had already turned and walked out. Wait, there's still. Before he could finish, Qing's body suddenly exploded with unprecedentedly huge sword chi. He slashed his sword towards the flock of birds that had already caught up to them. In an instant, there was only a huge flash of fire. The huge birds that originally filled the sky were directly swallowed up by the fire. The sky seemed to be burning. Everywhere was filled with suffocating sword chi. Even the entire detection station was shaking. Lone Moon was shocked. Although he knew that Chef's cultivation was different from before, this was too frightening. And this fire, true phoenix fire. Wasn't he a dragon? Before he could think clearly, Chef directly flew down to the ground after dealing with the chasing flock of birds. In an instant, the sky full of sword chi rushed down. Suddenly, there was a golden light all around. That golden light slowly gathered and finally formed a huge sword, directly slashing towards the ground. There was a loud bang. It was obvious that the entire planet was shaking. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground. It expanded infinitely to both sides and became wider and wider. The bottom was like an abyss. One could not see the bottom. Split open. Lone Moon's eyes widened. Indeed, he was a little cheat. He hurriedly turned to look at the light screen beside Shining. He saw that it showed the words more than 2,000 meters. Still not enough. Just a little bit more. Chef. He was just about to call him back. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix rang out. I Ching, who was still holding his sword, suddenly transformed into a huge fire phoenix. He charged straight into the cracked abyss. The originally pitch-black abyss was instantly illuminated, and fiery flames extended all the way to the bottom. The surrounding shaking became even more intense. The number on the light screen in front of Shining that had just stopped jumped again. 2,700. 2,800. 2,900. 3,000. It's done. Lone Moon's heart leaped. He immediately conjured a seal and sent a voice transmission. It's done, Chef. The number on the screen stopped. After a while, the light that had sunk into the abyss flew out and returned to the detection station. Chef, who had already changed back into his original form, walked out of the fire. Chapter 290. I haven't seen you for so long, you can even transform into a phoenix. He was indeed a mixed-blood dragon and phoenix, able to change between 3 forms at will. Lone Moon casually patted I Ching's shoulder. Chef's body swayed, and he looked like he was about to fall. Shining, who was at the side, reached out to support him. Chef! Lone Moon was shocked too. Only then did he realize that Yi Qing's face was pale, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Holy shit, are you all right? He hurriedly felt his pulse. I'm fine. Yi Qing shook his head, the corners of his mouth twitching, as if trying hard to give Shining a smile. Master, don't worry, I'm just tired from using up all my god power. Shining frowned. Are you really all right? He nodded hard. Shining looked towards Father Nyo. Lone Moon nodded and sighed in relief. There's nothing wrong with his pulse. It was indeed just that his god power was used up. Let's get rid of this planet quickly. What do we do next? Just buy a detonator and throw it down. Shining then turned back to the light screen and clicked on it. In an instant, all sorts of detonator devices popped up all around. There are quite a few on the Star Web black market. She glanced around and then directly clicked on the cheapest one. In the next instant, a notification sounded in the house. Beep. Your balance is insufficient, unable to purchase. Lone Moon, Iching, Air. Shining stiffened. I forgot to recharge my game tokens. Recharge your game tokens, don't you freaking use black when you go online? How do I switch accounts? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched as he took a deep breath. Ha! Shining faltered. But Lone Moon directly went forward and clicked on the wristband that he had not had time to take off. In the next instant, there was a ding sound, and the screen immediately cut in front of him. The user directly switched the two words Shining to Father Nyo. He raised his hand and clicked on the most expensive picture at the top. Two beeps were heard, and a familiar notification sounded. Ding, purchase successful. We look forward to your next visit. In an instant, a luxurious version of the detonator glowing with blue light appeared in front of them. Shining, Iching, Shining looked up and was almost blinded by the huge string of zeros on Father Nyo's Star Web account balance. Father Nyo, did you hack the Interstellar Bank? What black bank? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her like a CEO. Is this the money you earned in that online game with you last time? Didn't it reset to 0? My points have been cleared to 0. But the corpses of the monsters that we cleared are still under our names, so I've been dealing with them in the past few days. And then, you sold the minions. Wasn't that trash? So valuable. I also checked the industry chain of the game planet. I contracted the corpses to a recycling company and sold their parts in batches to earn some profit. There's still half of the star coins that haven't been transferred to my account. As he spoke, he glanced at the numbers on the screen. Sure enough, the eye-piercing number was still jumping up, and he could hear the beeping sound of the bill arriving. Shining, Iching, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Nothing, I just suddenly really want to call you Daddy. Get lost. With Father Nyo's strong financial support, the three of them finally completed the task in one day. Shen Jing kept her word. She directly took out 2 pieces of paper and wrote the words, "Plain Pass," on it and handed it to them. Lone Moon looked at the A4 paper in front of him and could not react for a long time. Wasn't this 2F** King casual? Didn't they say that the pass could not be given out casually? In the end, it was just a piece of broken paper. Lone Moon glanced at Shining beside him and held back the ridicule in his heart. Instead, Yi Qing beside him was shocked. He did not know if it was an illusion, but ever since he came to this master's world, the feeling of being pulled by someone had suddenly disappeared. Oh yes, you said Shen Ying's body problem before. How is it? Lone Moon asked. Littling. Shen Jing turned to look at the person beside her. Her gaze instantly softened, the love in her eyes almost overflowed. She rubbed her face wildly. When I think of my so cute littling being dragged to a foreign plane and suffering so much, big sister's heart aches so much. Don't worry now, I will definitely help you find that bastard. Shining. Loveless in life. JPGE Ching. Did Master's older sister activate some special attribute? Lone Moon. This fellow must be a Siscon, definitely. Also, this Shining was using cheats the whole time. She did not suffer at all, okay? I can't detect the condition of her body, but I have already found a plane similar to the one you are talking about. Shenjing thought of something and directly opened a light screen. She began to operate. I have already contacted the manager there. She will send the pass over in a while. Let's go there directly and let her help you take a look. What exactly is wrong with your body? Similar plane. Lone Moon was stunned. Are there other immortal cultivation planes? Yes. Shenjing nodded. The number of planes cannot be estimated. Apart from our world, which is completely different from the one you went to, there are also parallel planes that are very similar. Then can they really see the problem with Shining? That's not certain. Shenjing sighed and frowned. But we have to try. After a while, a notification sound suddenly rang out in the room. The pass has been sent over. Shenjing stood up. A light screen immediately popped up in front of her. On it, the word pass was written simply and crudely in red. Shenjing only raised her hand. Instantly, there was a flash of light. The word split into two, like a door opening. In a moment, a white passageway appeared in front of them. Let's go. Shenjing nodded at the few of them and walked in first. In a moment, her figure disappeared. The few of them exchanged a look. Apart from Shenjing, this was the first time they had seen another manager. They could not help but feel nervous. They wondered what the managers of other planes were like. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief and followed. All he saw was a flash of white light in front of him. In the next moment, they were in another world. He faintly heard the familiar sound of cooking. A young woman's voice could be heard. You're here. Wait for me. I'll be done immediately after I finish this round. Shining, Lone Moon, Iching. What the hell? Chapter 291. Lone Moon looked at the manager of another plane, in front of him, a little confused. Dressed in home clothes and a pair of slippers, he held a phone in his hand. One hand moved quickly, and at the same time, he gritted his teeth and cursed. The one in the middle lane is coming, what are you spacing out for? Stop him. Why are you still fighting in the wilderness? Hurry up and gather. The dragon is out, let's go steal it now. Fatty, what are you doing? Go big, go big. Holy shit, why are you pulling me back? Do you know how to play? The few of them sat on the sofa for a whole half an hour, the other side did not stop, and the more they played, the more excited they became, as if they had completely forgotten that there were 4 people sitting opposite them. What happened to the immortal cultivation world that was similar? Wasn't the place where this manager lived a little too down to earth? It was obviously more similar to the modern world, even the mobile games were the same. Lone Moon was about to ask Shenjing if she opened the wrong portal, when a man suddenly walked out of the kitchen. He was clearly wearing warm home clothes, but his whole body was emitting a cold aura, as if one would get frostbite if they looked at him for too long. He glanced at the few people sitting here awkwardly, put down the dishes in his hands, and walked over. You. Yao. He called the girl who was addicted to the game, his voice as cold as his person, but the way he looked at the girl, it was like ice had just melted, and he reached out to take her phone. The girl instinctively reached out to grab it. Master, I'm about to win, you Yao. The man frowned, glancing at the person on the sofa opposite him. The girl was stunned for a moment, then turned her head, the corner of her mouth twitching. Sorry, I forgot that you guys are still here. She directly stood up, coughed. Little Jing, long time no see. She smiled at Shenjing, her gaze fixed on Shening, and her eyes brightened. This is your little Ing, right? So cute, so cute. Right, right? Shenjing also smiled into a line, and pulled the girl to start talking. You don't know, she was even cuter when she was young. I still have her picture with me. Really? Let me see, let me see. The two immediately huddled together. Look, this is when she was 1, this is when she was 2. Wow, it's true. Look at her pink cheeks. How did you raise her? What milk powder? That's a lot to learn. Milk powder can't be fed casually, Wang Yao said. Since you have experience, why don't you introduce it to me? It just so happens that my kid can use it. Okay. Let me tell you. Shening, Lone Moon, Qing, seeing the two of them start to share their parenting tips, the trio on the sofa were speechless. The corner of Shenying's mouth twitched. She could not help but tug at the person beside her. Big sister. Do you still remember why you're here? Shenjing was stunned. Only then did she put away her phone reluctantly. Yao, I've already told you the general situation last time. This time, I'm here because I want you to take a look at Little Ing. Your plane is about the same as hers. I think you might be able to find out what happened to her. Don't worry. The other party patted her flat chest angrily. Your problem is my problem. Leave it to me, there's no problem. With that said, she finally turned to look at them. She turned to smile at Shening and reached out a hand. Hello, Little Ing. I'm your sister's friend. My name is Xu Yao. Shening. She directly reached out and shook her hand. Xu Yao turned back to look at Shenjing. Oh yes, you didn't make it clear in your message. What's wrong with her body? Her data cannot be detected. It even exceeds the limit. Shenjing said in a low voice. And this situation only happened after she was pulled to another plane. Xu Yao nodded and gestured for Shening to stand up. She walked one round around Shening, and after a while, she frowned and said, Strange, I don't see anything wrong with you. Forget about divine qi, there wasn't even the slightest bit of spiritual energy. This was not very possible for someone who had been to an immortal cultivation plane. You can't see it either. Shenjing's expression darkened. Xu Yao thought for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at the cold-faced man behind her. Master, can you help Little Ing take a look too? She then explained, My master knows more about the immortal cultivation world than I do. The man frowned and looked at the two people on the sofa beside him. Their cultivation levels are not lower than mine. If they can't see it, it's the same for me. Then I can only open the system's heavenly eye. She suddenly thought of something and summoned a light screen in her hand. Realm Spirit gave me a detection system before he left. It was originally used to predict and warn me of bugs in my plane. Through the system, I can see the cause and effect of all unreasonable objects. She turned to look at Shening and explained while operating. If Little Ying's data really overflows, then the system will definitely judge her as a bug and label her with the letters BUG. This way, as long as we check the cause, then we can know why she became like this. Shenjing was delighted. Yes. Xu Yao nodded. But this word can only be seen by the manager. With a beep, a ray of light swept towards Shening. Indeed, through the light screen, Shenying's appearance began to blur in Xu Yao and Shenjing's eyes. Faintly, words appeared on her face. And they became bigger and clearer. In a short while, they could clearly see the words on her face, boss. Zhu Yao, Xinjing, what the hell? Why is it a boss? What happened to the promised bug? And why is it golden? Wasn't it always black before? Yao Yao, didn't you say there were only 3 letters? Why did 4 appear? I don't know either. Never had such a situation happen before. To the system, bugs had to be fixed. Then, could it be that the boss had to be pushed down? Can we still find out the cause like this? Let me try. Zhu Yao paused and immediately reacted. She pressed the button on the light screen. With a beep, a line of red words instantly popped out. Wrong target, unable to obtain. Looks like it won't work. Zhu Yao frowned and said apologetically, I'm sorry, little Jing. I can't help you. It's fine. I just wanted to give it a try. What's more, I won't be able to find out anything. You haven't been a manager for long either. It's normal that you can't find out anything. Yes, I'm still a newbie. She paused halfway through her sentence. She suddenly thought of something and widened her eyes. Why don't I introduce someone to you? He must know. Who? The manager of my original world. Zhu Yao hurriedly tapped on the light screen in front of her and opened a communication channel. She dialed 3 times but the call did not go through. It was not that she did not pick up, but the other party immediately hung up. Yet she seemed to be long used to it. She continued dialing for the 4th time. In the next moment, a man's figure appeared on the light screen. His eyes were so fierce that he looked like he wanted to eat someone. He opened his mouth and said, Do you want to die? Chapter 292. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yao laughed. Boss, is Guogua there? Nope. Scram. The man's expression darkened. Just as he was about to hang up, a gentle voice sounded. Yao Yao, it's you. A girl suddenly appeared on the screen and pulled the man away. I haven't seen you for a few days. Where did you go? I went back to the immortal cultivation world for a business trip, Zhu Yao replied. Then, with a serious expression, she said, Guogua, can you ask your man to do me a favor? I have a friend she told him about Shining. Humph. Just as she finished speaking, the man snorted. What does the other planes have to do with me? Is it Yao Yao's best friend? The girl suddenly interrupted. Of course. Zhu Yao nodded. The man's expression darkened. We're not free, help. All right. In the next moment, the space in the room twisted and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of everyone. Xinjing, Zhu Yao, Yu Yan, the 3 people who were watching the whole time. According to Zhu Yao, her best friend's partner was an experienced manager. The plane she was originally in was the one he managed. That was a plane that was infinitely close to Xinjing's. He was already a manager when that world was born. If there was anyone else who could find out about Xinying's situation, it would be him. And after checking Xinying's data, his face, which had been filled with disdain and wanted to chase everyone away, finally revealed a different expression. The screen in his hand was still lit up with a bunch of messy data, but the entire screen was red. How is it? Yi Qing asked anxiously. May I ask what happened to my master? The man's expression became even weirder. He scanned Shining from head to toe, then sat down at the side and said, Nothing. Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? If I'm not wrong, her situation is better than everyone else's. He glanced at Xinjing and Zhu Yao, then added, including us. What do you mean? Lone Moon was stunned. Although I can't be sure, I'm not far from it. He gave Shining a meaningful look and said with certainty, Can you feel the limits of your power? Shining paused. Bottom line. Was there? That should be it. He didn't seem to need her to answer. He walked over and sat down beside Guogua. Turning to look at Shinjing, he said, "You are also a manager. You should know why we exist, right?" "An existence higher than this plane," Shinjing replied directly. "Yes." The man continued, "We are existences that are higher than our own plane, or were born at the same time as the plane, like me. Or they can be directly acknowledged by the plane, like you. Or the will of the world itself, for example, that one who often scrounges for food." He pointed at Zhu Yao. "Zhu Yao, in short, we are the plane itself," he continued. "That's why we can manage the entire plane. As long as it is born in the plane, everything is within the scope of management, nothing can escape our eyes. Unless, the other party has left the plane and is given control by the world's consciousness like a freeloader." Zhu Yao. "Enough, stop calling me a freeloader." "I know this," Shinjing said in a low voice. "But Littling belongs to my plane. I can sense her connection, but I can't find out her situation. That's because she willingly allowed you to sense her. If she didn't want to, you wouldn't even be able to sense her existence." Shinjing faltered. At once, everyone in the room turned to look at Shining. "Ha!" Shining froze. She silently put down the apple she had just picked up. "What's wrong? Can't I eat it?" I Ching, who was beside her, habitually handed over an immortal fruit. "How can this be?" Shinjing was still a little confused. "Littling is my biological sister. Of course she belongs to my plane. Wasn't I a gift from you when you topped up your phone?" Shining suddenly interrupted. "Nonsense." Shinjing glared at her. "I obviously picked you up from the rubbish bin back then." "Shining, Iching, Lone Moon, was there a difference?" "She was raised by me since she was young. She has the same blood as me." Shinjing continued. "Compared to other people, her connection to the plane is deeper. It's impossible for her to escape my senses. If you don't believe me, try using your plane authority." The man pointed at Shining. Shinjing faltered. She turned to look at Shining, her eyes narrowed. At once, there seemed to be a huge aura emanating from her body. It went straight toward the opposite side. In just a moment, the entire room was filled with a heavy pressure. A sense of fear that seemed to come from the soul rushed up to the heart. It made one completely unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Everyone else was like this. But Lone Moon, who belonged to the same plane, completely could not control himself. With a thud, he fell to the ground. "Holy shit! Why is it him again?" Fu *K, Lone Moon felt his heart getting heavier and heavier. It was as if it was going to explode in the next moment. "Older sister." Shining stepped forward and blocked in front of Father Nyo. Suddenly, as if breaking something, the pressure around them disappeared. Even Shinjing took a step back. "Littling." She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "I told you," the man said. "She's no longer under the jurisdiction of your plane." Shinjing was stunned. Everyone else present also looked confused. They had no idea what they were talking about. Even Zhu Yao was at a loss, and had no choice but to give Guogua, who was at the side, a pleading look. "To put it simply, what's wrong with her?" Guogua asked. "Yes, my wife," the man replied immediately. He held Guogua's hand and said, "That means it's not her body that's changed. It's her existence itself that's changed. And it's the kind that even we managers can't understand." "What do you mean?" "Let's put it this way. If everything in the plane is of the same level, and the manager is a higher existence than the plane. That means our manager's ability is above all the living things in this plane. I know that, Shining answered. The man continued, do you remember what your body's first reaction was after you transmigrated? Shining tilted her head. Hungry. That's right. He nodded. You're Shinjing's assistant and her younger sister. Your body is more inclined towards the manager's. Your older sister has been training you to become a manager. But the moment you transmigrated, your body was at a critical point. This point was the opportunity for you to become a manager. In the end, the moment you transmigrated, the power of the two planes was added to your body. That changed your existence, causing you to jump 2 levels. And it consumed a lot of energy. That's why you became hungry. You're saying that I became a manager? Shining was stunned. No, you accumulated 2 portions of plane power, he said seriously. Not just as a manager, but as, you surpassed the manager. Shinjing said directly. If managers are said to be higher than the plane, the man said slowly. You're now higher than the manager. Everyone, so this was what the previous boss meant. Chapter 293. Shining and the others came with a confused look on their faces, and they also returned with a confused look on their faces. Lone Moon finally knew what was going on with Shinying's terrifying power. No wonder, no matter whether it was immortals, gods, or fiends, even those infinitely close to managing fiend celestials, they could not do anything to her. Even the realm gates that ordinary people could not cross, she could easily tear them apart with her bare hands. She was not on the same level as them at all, although he did not know what the so-called plane power superposition meant. But thinking about it carefully, the difference between her and them should be the same as the difference between a 3-dimensional person and a 2-dimensional paper doll. But couldn't she just tear it apart with her bare hands? No matter how beautiful the paper was, it was still paper. He felt that he needed some time to recover. Shinjing did not intend to stay any longer. After understanding the situation, she directly opened the plane gate and planned to go back. Shining, on the other hand, looked calm as she nibbled on her fruit, as if she did not feel the arrogance on her body at all. Chef! Chef! Lone Moon nudged the person beside him who was in a daze. Let's go. Oh. I Ching nodded, turned back to look at Yu Yan who was hugging Zhu Yao, and then followed the few of them through the plane passage. So they were also master and disciple. Littling, I can't help you in your current situation. Shinjing sighed and looked at the person in front of her with some worry. Suddenly, she did not know whether Shinying's situation was a good thing or a bad thing. You just work hard to adapt. Oh. Shining nodded, indicating that she did not feel anything at all. Regarding your transmigration, I'm still investigating the reason. She frowned, as if thinking of something. You said that you were playing a primitive game when you transmigrated, right? Primitive. Father Nyo felt like he was shot by an arrow. Seeing her nod, Shinjing continued. I'll investigate according to this clue. Your current situation is not suitable to deal with the matters of this plane. Your vacation will continue to be extended indefinitely. Yes, sister, no problem, sister. Shinying's eyes brightened. I have something to do, I'll leave first, I'll be back in 3 days. With that said, she directly opened a space transmission, wanting to go in, but then she turned back and added, don't cause trouble. With that said, she disappeared. Shinying's back, which had been straightened all this while, relaxed instantly. She returned to her usual lazy self. Suddenly, he walked to the computer and picked up 2 familiar-looking wristbands. He turned around and handed one to Chef and the other to himself. His eyes were shining as he looked at Lone Moon. Father Nyo, let's go play. Scram. Apart from eating, sleeping, and playing, can you do anything else? Shining sighed and did not mind. Chef, let's go. Just as she was about to activate the wristband, I Ching handed the wristband back to her in surprise. His eyes darkened, and many emotions flashed across his face. It was as if he had been suppressing them for a long time and was about to explode. Master, huh? Shining paused. He clenched his fists by his side as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly stood up and looked at her with a serious expression that he had never shown before. He took 2 steps back and bowed to her with a loud thud. He bowed to her respectfully. What are you doing? Shining was shocked. Even Lone Moon beside her looked over. I Ching's expression became more determined. He looked straight at her and said loudly, "Your disciple has a question. I hope Master can answer it." What question? Shining was shocked by his serious expression. You don't have to be so serious, do you? Get up first. This matter has been pressing on your disciple's heart for many years. I hope that Master can listen to this disciple's words. After saying that, he once again kowtowed to her, knocking on the ground with a donk sound. All right, I'll listen. I'll listen, all right. Suddenly, it was so scary. Go ahead. Your disciple's fortune in this life is to have Master as my master. I've been attaining the great Tao along the way. Only then did he say each word very seriously. In your disciple's heart, Master is the person who guided my life. From the moment I entered the sect, I placed Master in my heart. Nothing else can compare to my importance. I've followed Master for many years. I've always done my duty as a disciple. I've never slacked off. I've always been proud of being able to enter the sect. It's just that as time went by, your disciple realized that there were many delusions in my heart. In the past, I didn't realize it. Now, it's because I'm not willing to cut them off. He clenched his fists by his side, looking so ashamed that he wanted to die. Shining subconsciously asked, "What is it?" His whole body shook, as if he couldn't continue speaking. After a while, he raised his head and gathered his courage to say, "As a disciple, it's my duty to bring glory to the sect, and to help the world. But I don't want to. I'm selfish. I don't want Master to have disciples all over the world. I don't want Master to have other disciples. I don't want anyone to take a step closer to Master. I don't want Master to leave my sight. These delusions have been born for a long time. I can't cut them off. Your disciple wants to be by Master's side forever. I want to accompany Master at all times. I want Master to only have me as his disciple. I want Master to have no one else by his side. I want Master to never leave me again. Master taught me the right way. But I have delusions that give birth to demons. I've let down Master. But no matter how hard I try, I still can't suppress these delusions. In the thousands of years that I've been looking for Master, I've completely fallen into them. The more I resist, the deeper the delusions get. I can only ask Master to enlighten me. I don't want to be separated from Master again. I want Master to be mine. Pui, Lone Moon, who had heard the whole story, could not help but spit out the drink in his mouth. He let out a maniacal laugh, but choked again. Instantly, he coughed like he had tuberculosis. As he coughed, he pressed on his chest. But he did not forget to give I Ching a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, your righteous confession is really awesome. 2F** King awesome. This was the first time he had seen such a serious, yet refreshing and unpretentious confession. I'm almost moved by you. What do you mean? I Ching frowned. I didn't expect that, chef. You have such skills to flirt with girls. It's just that you chose the wrong time. With that said, his laughter became louder and louder. He laughed so hard that he bent over. I Ching's expression turned cold. He said even more sternly, "Every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart. I'm not lying. Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, please don't take it as a joke." Oh, he's even calling me fellow Taoist. It looks like he's really angry. I'm sincerely asking Master to enlighten me. I want to dispel these delusions so that I don't make a huge mistake. If I've lost my balance in the past, I'll ask Master to punish me. Punish? Wait. Lone Moon suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at Chef as if he was an alien. You. Don't tell me you really don't understand. You actually like Shining. You want to woo her, right? What? He likes Master. Chapter 294. WH. What? I Ching was stunned, as if he had just started to think about this. After a while, he seemed to wake up. His serious face seemed to explode, quickly turning red, replaced by a look of panic. I like Master. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the person in front, but before he could meet the other's eyes, his head dropped like a child who had done something wrong. His feelings towards Master, so it turned out to be, like. He liked Master. If liking meant being with Master forever, then it should be liking. Hey, you really don't know. Lone Moon clicked his tongue. He didn't even know and directly confessed. This move, one look and he could tell that it was a first, that. Moss. Master. I Ching's whole body shrunk. His impassioned look of asking for answers was instantly like a punctured bowl. He peeked at Shining with some trepidation and cautiousness. Hey, say something. Lone Moon gave Shining a push. Say what? Shining coughed. Chef's sudden move really made her a little confused. She felt a little nervous for no reason. He's stupid, you're stupid too. Lone Moon directly rolled his eyes. Give me an explanation whether he's dead or alive. With that said, he added, I'm telling you, you won't find someone as good at cooking as Chef. No matter what, they were brothers who had fought together before. He had to give them a push out of friendship. Sigh, so troublesome. Dating and whatnot. Troublesome my ass. Chef. Shining then turned to look at I Ching seriously. I Ching stiffened, as if still immersed in the truth exposed by Lone Moon. But he couldn't help but secretly look at her with a red face. Moss. Master. Have you thought clearly about what you want to say to me? I Ching was stunned. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. His whole body was in a daze. He lowered his head and didn't reply for a long time. Sigh. Shining sighed. Then that's it for now. We'll talk when you've thought it through. She waved her hand, planning to end the meeting. It's almost noon. It's time to have lunch. With that said, she stood up and was just about to ask Chef to get to work. I like Master. He suddenly opened his mouth, as if he had figured something out. His voice was even louder than before. He looked up straight into Shinying's eyes. His face was already as red as a tomato, but he still said word by word, if the idea of having Master as my own in my heart means that I like you, then I would like you to be my Master. Then disciple likes Master, a long time ago, I like and only like Master. Shining, Lone Moon, holy shit, this confession is even better. After a long time, but I might not like you very much. Lone Moon felt a little cold these few days. Ever since Chef's unexpected confession seemed to have failed. Although the two of them didn't seem to have any difference, the one who should be playing games was playing games, and the one who should be cooking was cooking. However, he felt that there was a low pressure in the room. As an onlooker, Lone Moon felt a little suffocated. Especially when she accidentally caught sight of Chef's infinitely sorrowful gaze. More importantly, hey, aren't you going to do something about it? Lone Moon pointed at the busy figure in the kitchen. Do what? Shining was stunned. What else can it be? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Chef, he's starting to cook again. Is it strange that he's cooking? He's chef. It's not strange that he's cooking, but there's no need to cook more than 10 meals a day, right? Lone Moon pointed at the table full of dishes. Since that day, Chef had never left the kitchen. He had been cooped up in there to cook. He had seen people who got drunk after falling out of love, but he had never seen someone who kept cooking after falling out of love. It was also very hard for him to buy groceries, okay? I said I'm full, but he won't stop. Shining spread her hands. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, Father Nyo, remember to pay for the gas. Get lost. He glared at her. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, do you really not have any feelings for Chef? A little. I guess. If you do, then go for it. Lone Moon said. When did you become such a wishy-washy person? Didn't she see that Chef's heart was broken? Shining turned to glance at him. He's different. How is he different? Lone Moon looked confused. He couldn't figure it out before. Don't tell me you can't see it. All these years, everyone can see that he has feelings for you. He's about to dig his heart out for you. That's why, it's different. Shining frowned and let out a long sigh. I am indeed a little interested in him, but it's just a little. I don't know how long it will last, and I don't know when it will be over. If a relationship is destined to fail from the start, it's better not to start. Lone Moon was shocked. He gave her a strange look. You're afraid that if you break up in the future, you'll hurt Chef's heart. Shin Ying's eyes turned. I think so. Are you sick? Lone Moon suddenly reached out and touched her head. You don't have a fever. You're already full. Why did your IQ drop? Get lost. Shining slapped his hand away. What happened to all those big principles that you used to trick me? Why aren't you taking them out now? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Do you know what you're doing now? You're being spoiled. Ha! He finally threw the word back at her face. Instantly, his whole body felt refreshed. Is there anyone like you who breaks up as soon as they start dating? How do you know that you'll definitely break up with Chef in the future? Although things like relationships are quite unreliable, not everything will be replaced by time. I know that compared to you, Chef is indeed more affectionate and more persistent. You know that, and Chef knows that too. But when two people are together, it's not like they're competing in martial arts. Who's more and who's less? You're only thinking about what will happen if you break up in the future. Why don't you think about how much happiness you'll get when you're together? No, I'm afraid. You're afraid that you'll hurt his heart in the future, but now he's hurt too. But, aren't you saying that no one can predict what will happen in the future? If you don't go and torment yourself, who knows what will happen? Why are you not willing to torment yourself when it comes to relationships? Alright, as long as you're happy. When did you become such a pessimistic coward? In the past. Before he could finish, Shining suddenly stood up, giving him a fright. You mean, you want me to accept it first? Yes, what are you afraid of? Alright. Ha! Father Nyo paused. He suddenly had a bad feeling. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.